All right, hold on a minute. Please start connecting the audio, but we should be good.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes.
Okay, this is Cheryl.
Hey, Cheryl.
Are you ready for the roll call?
Not yet. Give us a second, Cheryl. We're letting everybody in first. As
Okay.
soon as Eric will give me thumbs up, I will call the meeting to order.
Great.
All right. I think we are. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Birmingham City Commission of October 26, 2020 to order. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you all. With that, will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Boutros?
Here in Birmingham, Michigan, and please state the city and state after you say here.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Valor? Commissioner Valor?
Was on. We might have lost him for 1 second.
Okay.
Unless his battery died.
He's back there, but muted.
Oh, unmute yourself, Commissioner Baller.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm undergoing internet troubles.
Please state the city and state you're in.
I am in Birmingham, Michigan. Beautiful Birmingham, Michigan.
Thank you.
Commissioner Host?
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Nikita?
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Sherman?
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Commissioner Hoff?
Here in Birmingham, Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Welcome back, Commissioner Nikita in town. With that, I'll go to first item on our agenda. We're supposed to meet in closed session. Unfortunately, we had some changes, and I'll let Ms. Mary Kucherik explain further why we're not going into a closed session. Ms. Kucherik, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. I was just letting the clerk know that I need to be able to mute and unmute myself. So if they could give me that control, I'd really appreciate it. Yes, thank you. Mayor Boutros, it's actually very fortunate that you are not going into closed session because normally I would have attended the meeting on Friday. I'm sad I was not with you, but I'm happy to say I was gone out of town for my daughter's wedding, which was a wonderful event.
Congratulations, Ms. Kucherik.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a lovely event. So I wanted to make sure to get caught up to date and to see the meeting. So this morning was the first time it was put up online, so I was able to view the meeting. And as I put into a letter that I sent to Mr. Valentine this morning, it's not often that one gets to be Monday morning quarterback and that be a useful thing. What I picked up on as I was listening to the meeting, especially in the last 35 minutes or so, there's a great deal of discussion regarding what the next step should be in regards to the city manager replacement process, whether that's Mr. Marcus or someone else, and you spoke to Mr. Marcus on Friday. And there was a lot of different discussion about how to do that, what the process should be, etc. And so it was thought that you would like to, you meaning the collective commission, would like to be able to go into a closed session discuss your different impressions, thoughts, beliefs, feelings, etc., and that you should be able to do that under 568F, which states review. A public body could meet in a closed session for the purpose of to review and consider the contents of an application for employment or appointment to a public office if the candidate requests that the application remain confidential. However, except as otherwise provided in this subsection or subdivision, all interviews by a public body for employment or appointment to a public office shall be held in an open meeting pursuant to this act. Mr. Marcus did not request that his application remain confidential. In fact, to the contrary, he provided a letter, a CV, and much about himself that was published in the October 19th, 2020 agenda packet. And since I never heard Mr. Marcus say at any time during your discussions that he wanted this to remain confidential, again, he's already made it not confidential, I don't believe then the section F applies. And I say it's fortunate you're not going into closed session because that would not be advised to do so once I made that observation today. So instead, your further informations and communications about what you thought or what you think should be the next process is something that should occur in open session.
Thank you, Ms. Kucherik, and we appreciate your feedback and explanation. And we are here in the open public, and we're here to further than discuss maybe what we left off with. I suggest to the commissioner, if should you continue the discussion where we left off, I had asked the question, if the supermajority or majority wish to take a next step, and let's focus on that. And I would maybe entertain a motion of the next step without getting in the weeds of exactly discussing Mr. Marcus' employment now. It's just whether you want to further and take a next step. And that's what should be the focus on. Commissioner
Mr.
Ball?
Mayor,
Yes?
I would entreat you to not say any more. I'm not only skittish about possibly have gone into closed session. I think it's imperative that we not really start this meeting and talk about anything until 7:30 when the public will be with us. Anything we talk about in the meantime could come back to haunt us, regardless of how nice it is. I just think we shouldn't be discussing anything whatsoever.
I believe the public is in with us. Isn't the public in the meeting now? Is the public?
48, including us, there's 48 participants.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Host, I respect your suggestion and opinion. I do believe the public is with us currently. So instead of reconvening and just pause for 20 minutes, I believe there's no need for that as they are with us now.
Well, I only totally disagree with you, Mr. Mayor, but you go ahead.
Okay.
Well, the commissioner is free to make a motion.
Commissioners, I'll leave the discussion up to you.
Well, hey, I would like to make a motion that we not discuss anything until 7:30. It's a simple motion.
Okay. Any second?
Does it have to be seconded before we can have any discussion whatsoever?
Sure.
I'll second it so that we can discuss it. How's that? I'm
Good
sorry. I'd like a legal opinion on whether it's appropriate for us to, whether there's any potential challenges that could be made successfully to any action we might take in the next 20 minutes.
Ms. Kucharik, go ahead.
Thank you. The meeting was noticed for 7 p.m. There was a notice put out through the packets and through the website saying that the meeting would begin at 7. I'm looking at it at this moment, and I do not see where a time amount was given to the potential closed session. So it didn't say from 7 to 7:30 closed session, and then meeting beginning at 7:30. If it had, I would agree with you, Commissioner Host. But it just says that the meeting will begin at 7. It doesn't represent how long you would have been or not been in closed session. So I think because it's properly noticed for 7, that you're okay to go forward.
I have nothing further.
As Commissioner Host, that was my understanding on the subject also. That's why I suggested we move forward, as your closed session could have been 3 minutes and it could take 1 hour. So you could have conducted, if we had conducted a closed session, it could have been 10 minutes and we're over now and we're back to normal business. So with that, I'll leave it to other commissioners to comment. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please.
I'm just going to call for the vote, please.
Yep. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Oh.
We have a motion seconded by Commissioner Baller.
Is there any objection to Commissioner Sherman's request?
None. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
No.
Commissioner Hoff,
Unmute yourself, please, Commissioner Hall.
I can't unmute myself. Now I was able to, but the host has to allow me.
Okay,
My vote is no.
okay.
Commissioner Nikita,
No.
Commissioner Sherman,
No.
Mayor Boutros.
No. Okay, motion failed. With that, Commissioner, I'll give you the floor to discuss next step, or if there's a motion for next step. Commissioner Sherman.
Without going into a lot of detail, if there are 5 commissioners or 6 commissioners interested in maybe sending our labor counsel, Keller Toma, out to have a discussion with Mr. Marcus to see what types of terms he might be looking for, that might be a good next step on that avenue that we had chosen to pursue. We had decided that we were going to look at the city manager search in 2 different directions. So this motion attends to that part of the trail.
Commissioner Baller.
Would the council also talk to us about about the terms that we're interested in?
I would add that to the motion, yes.
Okay. I would support that motion.
Yeah, good. We have a motion seconded by Commissioner Baller. The clerk, can I ask if the motion is clear to you? Would you please repeat the motion for other commissioners to understand what the motion is and the public?
The motion is to direct city manager to go along with our company for hiring and deliberating, in addition to taking input from the commission as well on the terms for the agreement.
No.
That wasn't the motion.
Let's try to restate
That's
it.
okay. It was a little convoluted.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
So the motion was to have our labor counsel, Keller Toma,
Correct.
contact Mr. Marcus to see what types of terms he would be looking for, and to work with the commission to see what types of terms we would be looking for, to basically act as a go-between, to have a conversation,
Thank you.
or to continue the conversation.
That's very clear to me. It's seconded by Commissioner Baller. Any comment, discussion by the commissioner on the motion? Yes, Commissioner Baller.
Should we add some timeframes to it? Or can we expect it to occur relatively quickly? I mean, being the impatient sort you all know I am.
Yeah,
And I would agree with that, but I think that Keller Toma would move with all, very expeditiously to do that. And if it means calling a special meeting of the commission, I'm sure the city manager's office can arrange that.
yes, Commissioner Baller will make sure the firm will be contacted no later than tomorrow of our decision tonight. Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I would be clear about that as to the discussion with council on that. I think our next meeting is 2 weeks from now. And I know that this is a timely issue that we should look at addressing in the near term. And I don't think waiting 2 weeks till our next meeting is necessarily the right action. So I would suggest having council give us direction as to a possible special meeting in the near term, hopefully possibly later this week.
Good point, Commissioner Nikita. Other Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem Lung.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. Given the timeliness that we're concerned about, number one, would it be perhaps beneficial to get the commission's input to Mr. Toma before he goes to Mr. Marcus, so they understand what we're looking for, rather than just getting a wish list back that we may or may not agree with? And two, when this agreement comes, this negotiation of this agreement with Mr. Toma, is that handled in public session? I mean, so do we get that document back in public session and discuss it publicly in an open meeting?
That I would defer to Ms. Kacharik. I am not sure, after we get some feedback from Labor Council on some options, would these options, whether vice versa from us to them or from them to us, would these options be discussed in public?
If I may.
Say that again, Ms. Kacharik.
If I may.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Some of these, this kind of a situation when we're talking about contracts and negotiations, et cetera, the Open Meeting Act, as to Section 2, talks about strategy and negotiation sessions for collective bargaining. It doesn't speak to private contracts with maybe our city manager. Under the attorney-client privilege communication, if the attorney has written you an opinion as to what he thinks you should do or should not do, and formulates that opinion in writing, there may be an opportunity to have that discussion with him in a closed session. I personally want to see some case law that discusses this with clarity. And once I do that, I'll be happy to give you that written opinion. I'm going to be spending more time with all of you in meetings, by the way. And now that we're starting some of our transition, and I'm going to be spending more time with you, I want you to know that about me. I am not a risk taker. If there's something I'm not sure about, with surety, I like to be 99.9% or 100% certain before I answer a question for you. When I guide you, I want it to be with certainty. So here's one of those sure times. If you are to go in closed session or stay in open session, I think is extremely important. So I will do that research and offer you a formal written opinion, probably, I would say, by Wednesday or Thursday of this week.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms.
Fair enough?
Yes, thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion by the commissioners? Commissioner Host.
I'm not trying to digress so much as I'm going to ask Mr. Mayor that all the commissioners explain to me, and when I say me, I mean to the entire community, what is the process that we are undertaking? Is this just a one-time only process, or is this a process that is inclusive of the public as well as the wishes of due process? What's the process, please?
I'm not sure I understand your
Yeah,
question.
this is a step toward a potential interview with Mr. Marcus, but have we decided what the next step is? And if so, I would consider that a process, and I'd like to know what the process is.
Mr. Valentine, would you like to chime on that? Floor is yours.
Thank you. I saw Commissioner Baylor had his hand up too, so
Oh.
appreciate the opportunity. But just to clarify in terms of the direction we're headed, that's based on the action of the commission at the October 12th City Commission meeting, where the commission directed a two-pointed approach in terms of trying to proceed with filling the manager position. The first option that was selected in conjunction with the next was to contact Mr. Marcus and have a discussion with him regarding his candidacy for the position. The other alternative that was advanced was to identify a list of prospective professional recruitment firms to assist the commission in the process through a recruitment. Up to this point, the discussion has been in regard to talking to Mr. Marcus about his interests, and that avenue is still being pursued, and that's what the discussion is here tonight. The second avenue then is also on the agenda for this evening, and that's the discussion about a list of firms that can assist in a professional recruitment going out in the marketplace. As you also may recall, as we discussed at the meeting on October 12th, there are various options available to the commission in proceeding with filling the city manager position. 5 of those were identified in various forms, and again, 2 were selected. So in terms of the process that the commission is following, it's that two-pronged approach of having some discussions with an external candidate, which is what you're doing now, and also engaging with potentially a professional recruitment firm if you decide to do that, to assist in a tandem approach. So in terms of a process, those are the processes that you're following. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Any further discussion on the motion by the commissioners? Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
Yes, I heard you, Mayor Boutros, say that Labor Council would probably be contacted no later than tomorrow.
Right.
I heard Ms. Kucharek say that she would get back to us on Wednesday or Thursday. So I think I would appreciate a little clarity of when we're going to move forward on this. And as has been expressed, I feel that this is of the utmost importance that we move forward because we're working with a time limit. Of course, I want to do it what is legally correct. So I think we have to wait for Ms. Kucharek's response, but then move forward as speedily as we can.
I believe, Sherrick, you want to unmute me, please, Joe. Thank you, Commissioner Hoff. I believe there's 2 things here.
You're intermittent, Mayor.
How about now? It's a echo.
Good.
Can you hear me clearly, guys?
Little echo, but yes.
Eric, is it you?
No, mine stuff's still off. Oh. There it is.
Okay. Okay, some technical difficulties. Can you hear me, guys? Can you hear me better?
Yes.
I apologize for that. Mary, you can chime in for 1 second, but let me answer Commissioner Hoff. If you may allow me now by saying, Commissioner Hoff, there's 2 things here. What I mentioned earlier is our city manager will contact our Labor Council tomorrow to inform them of our decision tonight. But Ms. Kucharik is going to look into whether the next step should be in a closed session or so there's two things here. So we're doing it simultaneously just for the sake of time as everybody's eager to move forward on this. Ms. Kucharik, can you chime on that too, please?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify. My opinion will be whether or not your conversations regarding the terms of a contract and what the commission is offering, whether that is proper in closed or open sessions.
That's all right. Commissioner Huff, did that clarify your question?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner Huff. Any other comment on the motion from the commission? I see none. Oh, Commissioner Baller, go ahead.
Just very quickly, it's my opinion that as much as can be done in open session should be, and that if we do need, and if there are certain narrow things that are appropriate to be discussed in closed session, that you keep us on the rails, and that's all we discuss in closed session, and everything else is open. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller. Any other comments from the commission? Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes, I think I would just like to state that I think it's important still to give the community a chance to comment. Since our last special meeting was posted as a discussion, that hasn't happened yet. So should we begin to decide that we have interest in further engaging with Mr. Marcus, that we still need to schedule an actual interview where members of the community can post questions or submit questions in writing in advance of that meeting so that they have an opportunity to be engaged.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Long. Absolutely, we will allow public engagement when the time permits. We just needed to get some feedback from Ms. Kucharik, hopefully, and understand what our obligations to do a closed or open public meeting. With that, I want to apologize to the public as we had an earlier motion by Commissioner Host on not to further discuss when we cancel the closed session, and I did not allow or ask, as I forgot to ask if there's any public comment on the motion. But I don't want to forget this time. We have a motion and seconded, and now we're allowed the public for comment on the motion, please. I see a hand, Mr. Bloom. Go ahead, please. State your name and address for the record, please.
David Bloom, and I am speaking to you from Birmingham. Good evening, everyone. I did have my hand raised before, and to very briefly comment on that, this meeting was scheduled very late. It was determined on Friday that you would go into closed session initially. It is correct that the length of the closed session wasn't determined, but in the interest of making sure that people in Birmingham are engaged and informed and have an opportunity to participate, and the fact that meetings normally start at 7:30, it may have been a better option for everyone to delay those comments until then, to delay the discussion. And I appreciate Commissioner Host's motion in that regard. Regarding this motion, wow, I don't want to take up too much time, but I will say, first of all, this is going backwards, and we're reversing it. We're going, you're suggesting, or this motion is suggesting that we go to Mr. Marcus and ask him under what terms he would be willing to come to Birmingham. I think it's incumbent upon the city commission to first figure out what terms you may be willing to offer to him should you offer him a job, rather than asking Mr. Marcus on his horse to come, what it's going to cost for him to come in and save Birmingham from who knows what the commissioners want him to save us from. That's the first thing. The second thing is I am disappointed in what the attorney did in the opening comments, because my organization, Birmingham Citizens for Responsible Government, actually discovered Friday night that the motion that you had was in violation of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. We engaged an attorney, and that attorney sent a letter yesterday to all the city commissioners, and that was completely ignored. This is an example of public civic activism, finding out what's going on and advising people, and you guys are totally disregarding it. And so what your
Mr.
attorney,
Baller,
is
Mr.
not.
Mr.
Thank
Bloom, sorry, Mr. Bloom,
I'm done speaking. Thank you.
we have a motion, please, and your comment should be related to the motion, please. We have
Fine,
a motion
Okay, so in
on
related to this
step
motion, yes.
to
in
to go
relation
to a labor council to advise some options. Do you have comments on that motion, please?
No, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Bloom. Any other public comment on the motion, please? Mr. Reagan, go ahead.
Thank you. With regard to the motion, it would appear, and I hope I am not correct in the appearance, that this could be an attempt to subvert the Open Meetings Act by using an attorney as an intermediary out of public view. Should that be the case, that would be very disappointing and would have consequences.
Thank you, Mr. Reagan. Mr. Andrew Haig. Go ahead, please state your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew Haig, Birmingham, Michigan. Yeah, I just got 4 quick points. First of all, I mentioned it last time. I'm not opposed to Mr. Marcus because I have no experience with him as an individual, so I am utterly neutral. But there should be no different treatment between Mr. Marcus and anybody else. And the process that appears to be being put forth is a different treatment. And that's unfair and unequal and does open the city up to rather a lot of liability should anybody not agree with it. So that's point 1. Point 2, discussion of terms and conditions under closed session. Did we not set legal precedent? This is probably a question for Ms. Kocharik. Did we not set legal precedent for terms and conditions last year when the severance terms and conditions of Mr. Valentine's potential severance package were discussed in public? That was terms and conditions of employment of the city manager. So I believe as that was conducted out in the open, you've already set T&Cs and you can't go backwards because now you've got a difference of criteria. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, just a question because it seems odd. 3, I asked on Friday and I didn't get a satisfactory answer. As we had an open meeting with Mr. Marcus, does that mean that we will do exactly the same thing, not as an interview with every other candidate? Otherwise, again, unfair treatment opens us up to liability. And point 4, I believe this is what Mr. Bloom was getting at. The city needs to set T&Cs, not the candidates. We are the employer. We set the criteria that we are prepared to work to. It's part of a negotiation. I mean, I think you all know this. You're all smart. You do this every day. But we set our T&Cs, not the candidate. So that's related. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it.
You got it. Thank you, Mr. Haig. Any other public comment on the motion? Help me if I miss anybody. I don't see anyone. Okay, we'll bring it back. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
No.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you, Alex. With that, we move on to our business, proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignation and confirmations, administration of oath, introduction of guests, and announcement. The clerk's office is open to the public now for voting purposes only. Please be sure to use the main entrance, the Martin Street entrance, to go in person for that purpose. Voters are reminded to turn in an absentee ballot application if they wish to vote early for the November 3rd, 2020 general election. Return your absentee ballot to the clerk's office as soon as possible, and you can do that via Dropbox or mail. Return postage for absentee ballots have been covered by the city for this election. To review your specific voting information, and preview your ballot, you can visit michigan.gov/vote. And as a reminder, precinct 6 voters, which precinct 6 usually it's the city hall. Well, with this election, now we're going to be directed to the community house for voting on that election day. So voters should use the Townsend entrance to the ballroom. You can email elections@bhamgov.org, or you can call 248-530-1880 for any voting or election-related questions. So again, our precinct 6 will be community house. Our last announcement, we'd like to, the city overall wishes to thank Miss Lara Edwards, for her service on the Multimodal Transportation Board since 2014. We thank you, Miss Edwards. Wish you best of luck. Our next item on the agenda is appointments. We're still under item 3. We have board zoning appeals, and we have 3 3-year term full regular member appointments, and we have 2 alternate members. So please, commissioners, when you appoint a person, please specify to a regular member or alternate. As we know, 3 of them already are regular member and 2 are alternate members. With that, we like to invite the first applicant, Mr. Kevin Hart. Please tell us why would you like to continue to be on that board? And please state your name.
Yes.
Mr. Hart, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. I've been on the board since 2012. This will be my 8th year, and I was born in the city of Birmingham. I was raised in the city of Birmingham. I raised my children here, and I currently intend to stay here until the very end. And I have a tremendous affection for the city, the people who live here, and I feel a real debt to this community, and I would like to continue my work there. I'm still a practicing architect in 12 states, and I think we have a fantastic Board of Zoning Appeals, and I'd like to remain a member.
Thank you, Mr. Hart, for your continuing for the interest. And then with that, I'll leave it to the commission for any questions. Commissioner Hoff, you have a question for Mr. Hart?
I do. Kevin, I noticed that this year, 2020, maybe you had an especially busy work year, but your attendance was pretty low, 44%. So I'm wondering if you can explain that, and if you're going to have business obligations that will interfere, or what do you see moving forward?
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I had a couple of Board of Zoning Appeals cases that were on board myself, so I had to recuse myself a couple times. So that's something that doesn't happen that often, and I don't see it as happening again. I was before we had gone to the Zoom meeting schedule. I missed one meeting when I was out of state and had trouble getting back into the state of Michigan. I was working out of state, but again, that was a kind of a unique circumstance, but I don't see that as happening now. I'm going to be pretty stable now that things have settled down. We kind of figured out how to work things the way they are now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the commissioners to Mr. Hart? Thank you, Mr. Hart. And with that, we go to our second applicant, which is a continuation, Mr. Jason Canvasser. Is Mr. Canvasser with us? Here we go. Hello, Mr. Canvasser.
Members of the commission. Yes, I'd like to be reappointed as a permanent member of the commission. I was originally appointed as an alternate member in 2015, and I served out that term. before being appointed as a permanent member. This would be my first reappointment, I believe, as a permanent member. Since that time, I've helped take over the vice president chairmanship as we've lost a couple members, one of them, unfortunately. But, I want to be able to try to keep some stability with the BZA. We have a really good group there between the lawyers and the architects and everybody else. I think we interact and balance each other out very well. So I hope to be able to continue that position.
Thank you, Mr. Canvasser. And I understand you're an attorney, correct?
I am.
Yeah, thank you so much. Any questions for Mr. Canvasser from the commission? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Canvasser.
Thank you.
All right. We go to our third applicant, Mr. Richard Lilly. Another reappointment for, he's been a full member for a while. Mr. Lilly, the floor is yours. If you don't mind, unmute yourself, Mr. Lilly. Rich, can you do that? I mean, Eric? Here we go. Mr. Lilly, you've only been a member since 1984, but tell us more.
I've been a resident of the city since 1960, and I've served on a number of boards over the years. I was on the Allen House board when it was still part of the city. I've been on the Birmingham Dream Cruise Committee for 20 plus years, and I've enjoyed my time on the BZA as the token lay person on the committee, and I get a lot out of it. I've learned a lot. Mr. Johnson asked me to attend a training session for the Zoning Appeals Board, which I did last fall. And I'd like to continue on. It's a contribution back to the city that I enjoy.
Thank you, Mr. Lilly. We appreciate your continuing to show the interest. Keep going. Commissioner Hoff, you have a question for Mr. Lilly?
No, it's not a question for Mr. Lilly. It's a clarification. Mayor, I think you're confused between Chuck Lilly and Dick Lilly. We are interviewing tonight Dick Lilly, who has served one term. Chuck Lilly has been on since 1984. And
that is correct. That is correct, Commissioner Hoff. I apologize. You're right.
So these are two different people. So tonight we are looking to reappoint Dick Lilly, who has served one term so far, 2 years.
He has a big advantage. They both have the same last name, I guess. Mr. Lilly, I don't know if you heard me. I said you were on that seat since 1984, but I was reading the appointment, as Commissioner Hoff said, for Charles Lilly. That was a different person. But just to correct that, you were appointed last year, 2018.
Correct.
But go ahead. Any questions for Mr. Lilly from the commission? Thank you, Commissioner Hoff. No questions. All right. Thank you, Mr. Lilly. With that, we go to our fourth applicant. And it's also a reappointment, and he was an alternate member, Mr. Jerry Attia. Mr. Attia? I think he was appointed in 2019, but I don't see him, do we?
I have a JJA iPhone.
JJA iPhone, is that Mr. Attia or somebody else? Mr. Attia, if you're there, go ahead and let us know you're there. If you're on the phone, if you're on a cell phone, you have to hit *6 and start speaking. All right, I guess we'll we know Mr. Attia, and I don't believe he is in, or maybe he's in, but he's unable to connect. We'll move on to number 5.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes. Is that you?
No, JJA is James Arpin, your friend James Arpin, not Mr. Attia, but just wanted to clarify that for you.
Oh, thank you very much. All right, so we move on to our fifth applicant, Mr. Ron Reddy. Is Mr. Reddy with us?
Yes, I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Reddy. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Tell us why you wish to continue.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, my name is Ron Reddy. I live on Wallace Street here in Birmingham. I've been on the, as an alternate, I've been on the Board of Zoning Appeals since October of 2018. Prior to moving to Birmingham, I lived in Bloomfield Hills, and I was the chair of the Bloomfield Hills Zoning Board of Appeals for 2 years and member there for 4 years. I very much enjoyed participating as an alternate. I'd like to continue that process as I learn more about my new city, and I also enjoy being engaged in public service. And with that, I'll open it to any questions you might have.
Thank you. Commissioner Baller, go ahead, please.
Whoops. I think I'm backed up. Can you see me? Can you
Go
hear me?
ahead. Yeah.
There we go.
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to address all of the applicants. I'm new, relatively new on the commission. I can't say I've ever attended a BZA meeting. We don't get the opportunity to meet with you really ever, other than these times when you come before us to be appointed. I want you to know I very much appreciate your volunteer service to the community, and that's one very important point that I want to make. It's I know you guys devote a lot of time and effort to this, and that's important. As a member of the community, you know, I know that what I do know about the BZA is that you're sort of quasi-judicial, and which means that you make past judgment on people who come before you asking you to make exceptions to the rules, and that's a sort of very serious, solemn role that you play. I think it's important also, though, to remember that the people who come before you are less aware of the rules and regulations and the protocols, and it's important. I hope that you take that into account. That compassion and empathy and the tone that you project to members of the community is firm, as it should be, but also warm, and so I would give you that. Another message that I'm trying to put out to all of the boards is that we really respect you, and we want the boards collectively, each board as a group, and each board member, this is me speaking, I can't speak for the rest of the commission, to be independent thinkers. And sometimes that's not easy in a committee atmosphere. And so I just urge you to be your own members, and you don't always have to have 7-0 or 5-0 votes, or it doesn't always have to be unanimous. You can dissent. Dissent is an important part of the democratic process. So thank you again for your service, and that concludes my my remarks.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller. Any other questions? Seeing none, I would love to start taking nominations. Commissioner Host.
It's with a great honor that I'll nominate Kevin Hart for a regular member of the BZA for the term expiring October 10th, 2023.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Commissioner Nikita.
Yeah, I'll nominate Jason Canvasser for the term ending October 2nd, 2023.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, October 10th. Misspoke. It's October 10th,
2023.
Sorry.
Full term. Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yes, I'll nominate Richard Lilly for as a regular member for a term expiring October 10th, 2023.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Other nomination, Commissioner Hoff.
And I'll nominate Ron Reddy to as an alternate member to a 3-year term to expire 2/17/23. And I'd like to make another comment about Mr. Atia. My opinion is that we wait on that appointment because first of all, he didn't complete the application. So I'm not certain if he really wants to be on it as an alternate. And also this year, his attendance was 11%. So he missed most of the meetings. So I really think it's important to be able to speak to him, or the clerk can speak to him, to be certain that he wants to be on the Board of Zoning Appeals and that he can attend the meetings. And so I would not move forward on his appointment, but I did nominate Mr. Reddy.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoff. Any other nomination? Okay, I think Commissioner Hoff, the rest of the commission agree with your statement, and we're gonna hopefully contact Mr. Atia and see his interest and ask him the question, and hopefully he can come in front of us and answer our questions also, should he be still interested in pursuing this. With that, I will take the nomination in the order they were nominated, and we'll take Mr. Kevin Hart. Will the clerk please call the roll for Mr. Hart, and nominated by Commissioner Host?
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Commissioner Sherman, unmute yourself. Okay.
Thank you. I couldn't unmute myself. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Baller?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Mr. Hart, congratulations, and then the clerk will be in touch with you to have you sworn in.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
The next nomination by Commissioner Nikita is Mr. Jason Canvasser. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Baller?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you, clerk. Congratulations, Mr. Canvasser. And like I said, also I repeat that the clerk will be in touch with you to swear you in.
Thank you. I look forward to continuing my service.
Thank you so much. Our third nominee by Mayor Pro Tem Long is Mr. Richard Lilly. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Baller?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you, clerk. Mr. Lilly, thank you again for your interest in continuing to do so. And the clerk will be in touch with you to swear you in.
Thank you,
My
Mayor.
pleasure. Thank you so much.
Appreciate the support from the commission.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our last nominee would be Mr. Ron Reddy, nominated by Commissioner Hoff for the alternate member that expired February 17, 2023. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Baller?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Also, congratulations. We appreciate your interest in continuing to do so. And then the clerk will be in touch with you to swear you in.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all the commissioners.
Thank you for all you do. And I echo Commissioner Baller words. Congratulations and thank you very much. All right. With that, we'll go to our next item on the agenda. It's public comment, open to the public for matters not on the agenda. Do we have any public comments for tonight? Seeing none, we'll move on to, Mr. Bloom, I almost missed you. Go ahead. Mr. Bloom?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd rather not be saying this. I'd rather not be saying anything right now. I'm quite disappointed in the way this Thomas Marcus situation has unfolded, particularly in regard to transparency and having an open discussion. And there are some commissioners that appear dead set intent on hiring Mr. Marcus over doing a search and are doing everything they can politically to try and force the issue so that Mr. Marcus is hired on Mr. Marcus's terms and not Birmingham's. Mr. Marcus, as far as I'm concerned, is a fine man and he's extremely capable. I just don't believe that he's what Birmingham needs right now. I would support, if anyone cares what I would support, Mr. Marcus coming for a period of a year, up to a year and a half, to help oversee the hiring of a new city manager and a transition to that city manager. But Birmingham needs to move forward and not look backwards. I and others much more articulate than me have expressed the reasons why we should be doing that. In the interest of having some comfort and some stability in the community, if the commission feels in a significant number of people that that's the way to go, I could see Mr. Marcus coming here for a year to a year and a half. And the city set aside $300,000 to pay Mr. Valentine if he was terminated without cause. So there's some extra money there that could be used to pay for Mr. Marcus to come for a shorter period of time. And that ought to ease any hesitation that he would have from a financial perspective in terms of accepting a job in Birmingham. The process that the city has gone through to hire Mr. Marcus, as far as I'm concerned, has reduced trust. The remarks that Mr. Sherman made in the previous commission meeting about requiring a 4-3 vote for residents, for commissioners to seek information from city staff is troubling, and it causes trust issues with the city and the ability of people in the minority to ask questions about what's going on. After Northold Woodward, after the 2-year contract with Mr. Valentine that was unprecedented in terms of the severance package, after some of the shenanigans that have been going on, we need transparency, we need trust, and this commission needs to work hard to regain the trust of people in this community, not continue to foster mistrust. And BCRG, an organization that I'm a part of, spent money last weekend hiring an attorney to send a letter to the city. And we're the ones that held up our hands and said, you guys were going to do something illegal. We stopped you from doing that. Well, you stopped yourselves. We alerted you to the risk that you were taking by having that closed session meeting. And thankfully you followed the advice and you did not have that session. But it was independent residents that discovered this and let you know. And I would just appreciate that be on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Any other public comment for matters not on the agenda? We see any? Right, seeing none, we move on with our business. Our next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. We have all items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There'll be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. Commissioners, would any commissioner like to move any item? Commissioner Host?
I'd like to remove item A as an apple.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Also item A.
Okay. Any other items to be removed by commissioners? Seeing none. By the public? I see none by the public. Okay, we'll bring it back. Entertain a motion. Commissioner Sherman.
I'll move the consent agenda excluding item A.
Okay,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Hoff. Any discussion on the motion? Nope. From the public? Seeing none? Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
I don't think she heard you. Commissioner Hoff?
I said yes.
Oh, okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you, clerk. Commissioner, would you like to discuss that? Commissioner Host?
I will defer to the Mayor Pro Tem to go first on item A.
The item was pulled by you, Commissioner, but thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem. Let's discuss this.
Thank you, Mayor Boutros. On page 6 of the minutes, under the item city manager recruitment process, the motion that I made is recorded somewhat incorrectly, and I would like to clarify that the end of the sentence that I spoke said, and invite Mr. Former Birmingham City Mayor Thomas M. Marcus for a discussion and interview to explore his interest in the city manager position.
Ms. Bingham, did you get that?
Yep, I'll review the tapes and see what needs to be done.
Thank you. Commissioner Host, go ahead with your comment, please.
Okay, page 9, the second from the last paragraph says there was consensus among the commission that the joint city commission planning board meeting originally scheduled for the present evening would not be rescheduled. That is true, but I did say, I believe, that we should have it in January of 2021, and that was why we didn't reschedule it at that time. I feel that between that sentence and the next sentence, there ought to be some addition that I feel that it is something that we should suspend, but not any longer than the first month of next year.
Okay.
All right, I have those notes, so we'll review those sections.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, clerk. With that, Commissioner Host, any other clarification?
No, I'd like to make a motion that we approve item A in the consent agenda with the possible revisions as spoken.
Okay. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Long. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none from the public? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, clerk. We move to item 6, unfinished business. We have item A, resolution accepting the proposal from Nelson Nygaard Mission North to perform a study of management structures and best practices for managing the city's parking system. And I'll give the floor to Mr. Valentine. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you will recall, at the September 14th meeting, we had some discussion with regard to moving forward with study of the management structure for the parking system here in Birmingham. And the resolution that was passed was for direction to proceed with obtaining a proposal from Nelson Nygaard, who completed a parking study for the city in 2018, and supplementing that with a additional analysis on management models. So we had reached out to them. We have secured a proposal. Now, Nelson Nygaard is kind of the parent company on this, their agent or subconsultant that they work with on the specialty aspect of the management analysis is a group called Mission North, and had the opportunity to speak with both a representative from Nelson Nygaard and Mission North in regard to the commission's interest and help them to prepare their proposal for your consideration. So they are proposing to amend their existing agreement with Nelson Nygaard to supplement that with an additional scope to conduct this management analysis to look at some key areas, specifically goal assessment, identify existing conditions within the system, looking at some best practices in the industry, identifying issues and opportunities for improvement with regard to the management model, and then providing that in a finalized report back to the commission. So their proposal is included in there for a cost of $17,980 to perform that work, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Commissioners? Commissioner Hoff?
Is there a representative of this company with us tonight?
Any
Don't.
Mission North LLC?
Mr. Valentine, go ahead.
No, I don't believe they were able to attend this meeting. Unfortunately, they were at the prior meeting when we had this on, but when we rescheduled, they weren't able to attend. But I try to answer any questions you have based on my discussions with them.
Well, okay, I have a few questions. First of all, in looking through their scope of work, they have under goal assessment and then again under identify issues and opportunities, conduct internal stakeholder meetings. My question is, who are those stakeholder meetings with?
So the intent, I'm sorry. Yeah. So the intent being that they would discuss with the administrative staff that are administering the system based on the operating practices and protocols that are in place to get an understanding of how we currently manage the system so they can make recommendations on future changes potentially.
Okay. My second comment has to do with existing conditions and the tasks under there. I have some concerns about that because there are so many things that we are not certain of right now. For instance, B, analyze operational structure dealing with who does what. Yes, SP Plus does their role, but we've had some transition now in an administration of who is the staff person who is overseeing parking. So I see that as we're in a period of transition there. And then when we go down to D, develop an understanding of parking revenues and expenses. I don't know if this is the best year to do this because we may have changing needs. Our parking needs may change due to the results of the COVID-19 and also so many people working from home. We don't know what's going to happen. So to me, the timing is a little off on this. I have no objection to having a study done, but I don't think this is the time. And then my last comment is, as I look this over, I see that this company, Mission North, was established in 2018. So I would want to talk to them about what experience they have doing this in which municipalities that are comparable to Birmingham.
Mr. Valentine, floor is yours.
Thank you. I would just direct you to the resume for Mr. Rob Bacigalupe, who's principal at Mission North, and his prior experience is listed in there, outlining the experience he has in working with other communities in this area.
Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, this is an initiative that I brought forth. I think it's important to do for reasons different than Commissioner Hoff's. I'm not sure the timing is appropriate. We mainly because of the upheaval in the city manager position. And it may be that our new city manager has some ideas, has some experience, and we might not need a study like this. I'm torn here. I'm tempted. 3/4 of me says, just put it on hold. I could be talked out of it if a majority of the commission wanted to move forward with it. I think we would get some valuable information that we could bring to a new city manager, but I'm just as willing to table it.
Thoughts, commissioners? Commissioner Nikita.
I concur with Commissioner Hoff and her concerns about the current demand issue. I think, as we've stated, and I think we've made a number of comments about this in previous meetings relative to parking-related activities, that there are a number of questions on where we are with our current demand. I mean, I don't anticipate our demand dropping significantly to the point where it's completely different. I think it will be varied, and there are a number of different questions about the demand to some degree, but also how we're dealing with housing relative to the master plan and some of the discussions there, as well as the issues of accommodating our backup in monthlies. So there are a number of different things in flux right now. I would think that putting this on hold for some period of time would make sense, and I would say that's the best way to go at the moment.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita, for your comment. Mayor Host, Commissioner Host.
Thank you, Mayor. I like the comments of all the commissioners thus far, and I would relate it to what I consider the problem with the 2040 plan. Everything we know is pre-COVID, and as such, this is a very difficult time to go forward with this, because we don't really have any idea what the true usage of our parking structures is going to be. And so I'm more than happy to table it.
Okay. I see a consensus, probably. Any objection to that, Commissioner? So we don't keep indulging, so we will take no action on this item? That Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, I just want to say, this is about management of a system of parking decks, street parking, surface lots, meters, enforcement, and the structure of that management. Those things are going to exist post-COVID. I don't think it has anything to do with demand, unless demand went so low that we were faced with closing decks or doing something else with the surface lots. This is about managing what is essentially a business, and that business, in my mind, is going to exist now and through COVID. So that's what it's about for me, and I just wanted to make that clear.
Thank you, Commissioner Baller. So let's move to item B, as we're not going to take any action on item A tonight. Item B is a resolution to pursue an engagement to advise the commission on matter relating to the procurement of legal services, as well as the framework and options that should be considered when undertaking an engagement in legal services. I'd like to comment on that before we even pursue any discussion, as since we're going through a lot of changes in our city, from management to many other things, I'd like to leave the commissioner with a thought that to table this also to a different or later time to discuss this with no definite time, because I really don't know when and how soon we have a city manager appointed yet. But I'll leave it up to the commissioner. Commissioner Host?
Yeah, I want to share with you, and I think you all know this. Of course, have been talking to the MML about this over the last 6 months, and I first want to give congratulations to Joe Valentine for what is in our packet. The gentleman has made two, offers of the people that we should talk to, and if I may, the one gentleman from Dickinson Wright doesn't want to do it, and the primary reason is Dickinson Wright may easily bid our city services. The other gentleman that Joe nominated, I've heard through the vine, is nothing short of A+. And thanks to the background that Joe gave us, I've been able to find a second individual of eminence out of that list that is like Stephen Schultz, truly impartial, not engaged in anything in Birmingham or this area, and has exceptional references. So I have two people that I would like to nominate, and that's Stephen Schultz as well as Kevin Rorigan, who's with Loomis Company. And I emphasize that these two are very impartial, and I want to make a resolution to pursue engagement with Stephen Schultz first and foremost, and then, if not, Kevin Rorigan, to advise the commission on matters relating to the procurement of legal services, as well as the framework and the options that should be considered when undertaking an engagement in legal services.
We don't have a second, Commissioner Host. So we go back to my recommendation, as if there's no objection to my recommendation, we can just move on to item C. And also we table this to an uncertain time, as I like I said, I don't have a certain time with what's happening. Okay, I see consensus from majority. We move on to item C. Under unfinished business, it's resolution to direct the administration to obtain a proposal from, don't have the name, to perform an executive recruitment process to the city manager. I'll leave the floor to our city manager for some presentation you prepared for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, going back to a prior commission meeting, this one being October 19th, 2020, the commission directed staff to contact Mr. Marcus and identify his interest, but also to present a list of professional recruitment firms for the commission to consider for administering a recruitment process. Now, in doing this, there are several recruitment firms out there that can do recruitments, but we focus on municipal recruitments. We have a little bit of a smaller list. There are very capable firms out there, but the list gets considerably smaller. In looking at the list to present you with several names, I have presented you with a group of those firms that do work in the municipal arena. And I've also presented a list of those firms that specialize in the state of Michigan and also outside of Michigan, but have a good hold on Michigan. So you had an understanding of what the firms in this state, which ones those would be. Additionally, looking at the firms that work not only in Michigan, but outside of Michigan, I put together a short list for your consideration based on your direction to give you a list of firms that are available to do this and not only specialize in Michigan, but nationwide. So that list is provided for you in your agenda packet. And there is some background material on the firms that I have highlighted, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I'm having some technical difficulties here. You can hear me, guys? All right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Baller, go ahead, please. Sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah,
I'll come back to you.
Come back to who? Me?
No, I'll get back to Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner Baller, we comment.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy, eager to discuss the city manager recruitment firms tonight, but I think I have a feeling that our process has been a little bit disrupted and we've been distracted. It was a big enough surprise that Mr. Valentine submitted his resignation, and then we had a meeting where we were going to discuss it, canceled. Then we had Mr. Marcus's surprise offer. Then we had a closed session scheduled tonight and aborted, and we've been thinking about a lot of things. And I think we've missed a couple of important items of business that are directly related to this agenda item. The first is to accept Mr. Valentine's resignation in a manner that is at least as gracious as it was offered. And I think a formal recognition by this commission of the years of service that Mr. Valentine has given to the community is appropriate. I don't know what form that ought to take, but I'll get to that in a minute. The other thing I think we need to do is take Mr. Valentine's recommendation, which has been included in at least a couple of our commission packets so far, but we haven't discussed it, and that's to appoint our chief of police, Mark Clements, as interim city manager, assuming he's ready, willing, and able to accept that. So I'd like to make a motion that before we proceed with a discussion of city manager recruitment firms, that we accept Mr. Valentine's resignation, that we appoint a subcommittee of the commission to bring us a proposal for formally recognizing his contributions to the city, and to begin the process, which I'm sure there's some process here, of appointing Chief Clements as interim city manager as soon as possible.
Second.
Commissioner Sherman, seconded by Commissioner Host. Commissioner Sherman, comment on the motion?
And I appreciate the motion. I think Mr. Valentine's service to the city does need to be recognized, and we should do something on that. Having gone through a situation where we had a city manager previously leave us, the process is fairly straightforward as far as a timeline. The first thing that we have to do is what we did at the last meeting or the meeting before, where we set out a path, and that is directing the city staff to provide us a list with recruitment firms, and I'll talk about that in just a second. And then we also suggested having a discussion with Mr. Marcus at the same time. As far as appointing an interim city manager, it is a little too soon to do that. That should be done closer to the time that Mr. Valentine will be departing. The hope is that you are far enough along in your recruitment process that you may or may not need that interim manager. So there may or may not be a need for that appointment. And I lost the third point, but so I'll go over to the information that we received on the recruitment, and that is, I'm wondering why one of our options wasn't to establish an RFP to send out to the recruitment firms rather than having a short list. If we're going to do this national search, I would think we would start by searching for the firm that we want to use. One of the firms that's on the list is we have had experience with them. Personally, I wasn't overwhelmed with the service, and I would feel I would not want to use them again in another search. And so I guess I would not support that motion at this time. I just think it's premature.
Other comments, Commissioner Wolf?
Mr. Mayor, were you talking to me?
Go ahead. Did you raise your hand?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay,
no, I don't know. Am I allowed to say something about this motion?
Yes, you made the
Okay.
motion. You have
Okay,
the right
yeah,
to
yeah, and
comment.
I second it, and mainly because I think that this is very important. We need to set up something for Joe and to say thank you for the 24 years. And I see no reason to sit on making the determination of an interim city manager, regardless of the process that's going to take us somewhere.
Okay, Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
I also think that this information was not on our agenda. This is not something that was scheduled to be discussed tonight. I think this is the type of thing that you might want to bring up under when commissioners can bring up new issues to be put on an agenda, because there may be members of the public that want to discuss this or maybe want to comment on it. And here we have a motion that no one knew about. So that said, I don't think this is the appropriate time or place to move forward on this, number one. Number two, I also was on the commission when we used one of these firms, and I wasn't certain, but I think I have to ask Commissioner Sherman, was it the Mercer Group?
It was.
Okay. I share his concern. I would not use them again. So with that said, our list gets smaller of these firms. Also, one of the ones that is on the list of 5 is the Prothman Group. And as I looked over their materials, all of their appointments are in the states of Washington and Oregon, with a few others on the West Coast. That doesn't mean that they're not good, but I would highly doubt that they are extremely familiar with Southeast Michigan and with Birmingham, Michigan. So I don't think that's a good choice. I would like a firm that has some familiarity with the uniqueness of our community. So with those 2 comments, I don't think that the motion is appropriate at this time. And I would want to look at the recruitment firms a little more closely.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes, yeah, a couple points. For one, I'm a strong advocate of process and procedure and going along the lines of precedent and standards that have been set over the course of many, many years. I would say that having been a part of 2 commissioner or city manager selections, or as I sit as commissioner, I would say our process has been pretty much in accordance with the way it has been done and really should be done for the most part. Obviously, it's a bit surprising, and there's certain circumstances about this process, as there is with any with any city manager search. But I would say that that we're going in accordance with that. I would concur with the point being made. My first thought about recognizing the interim city manager or discussing it tonight or recognizing that was something that I was uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable with as well, because in the typical way that we deal with things, it would be on the agenda. We would have it noticed obviously in our plan and our goal of full transparency. That's not something that we have any preparation for, and it's not it's not on our agenda. So I would say it's not time to do that. And as we're referring to the search, if we pursue the search committee or the search consultant option, as we're looking at, I would concur with the fact that we should look broadly at what options there are, not just local or people that have worked in the Detroit area or in Michigan, but look beyond. I also am a bit concerned about the Mercer Group, the group that we've worked with in the past. I would say we should look beyond and look at, if we're going to go down this route, we should look at a full RFP for services of other potential consultants that could assist us and bring us the best circumstance that we can get. So I would be not necessarily in favor of utilizing these 5 that have been put forth. And I think that Joe has put forth what we asked him for, but I would say we look beyond that and look for an RFP. So I concur with that point as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Commissioner Host, go ahead.
Yeah, forgive me, Mr. Mayor, and I'm addressing the whole commission. What Commissioner Baller has brought up is something that I assume we should have done a couple of weeks ago. And as such, yeah, it may be out of order, but it's long overdue. And you guys are addressing the actual potential resolution here, which I would think if indeed we pass this resolution or don't pass it, that we will begin that discussion where we talk about the Mercer Group. And I just share with you, Mr. Mayor, I have lots of input on this, but it's on the proposed resolution for to direct administration, et cetera, to get a proposal. But I think what they're talking about, what some of the commissioners are talking about, is something that doesn't pertain to the resolution that has been put in front of us.
Mayor Pro Tem Long.
So yeah, the motion that's on the floor is not the one about the city manager recruitment firms, but the motion that Commissioner Baller made about accepting city manager Valentine's resignation, which we have actually not officially done, and causes me to remember the situation that occurred at Oakland County when the interim executive was appointed, that he resigned and then unresigned before they had a chance to discuss it at a meeting. So it is probably housekeeping that we need to take care of because we have a recent local precedent. And then I also agree that his suggestion with to establish a subcommittee of the commission to discuss how we can appropriately recognize City Manager Valentine's 24-ish years of service is appropriate. And then the last one, to appoint an interim city manager, I don't think is out of order because it was in both of the memos, or Commissioner City Manager Valentine's resignation letter and his memos that's been in our packet twice now, and that's his only suggestion as interim city manager is Chief Clements. It's not that there's a choice we have to discuss or vote on. There was one suggestion and it appears to be an excellent one. I don't think there's any problem with appointing him to overlap City Manager Valentine for as long as possible, because we don't know how things are going to go with Mr. Former City Manager Marcus's interest. He does have, as he told us, another interview this evening, and it's quite likely that we're going to be coming back to the commission again with a different list, it sounds like, of firms, because we're not happy with this one. The motion I made at the last meeting was not to do an RFP, but to just get a list of good existing firms and get presentations from some of them, because of the constraints and the time that it takes to develop that RFP and get it out. Adds another several meetings or another month or two to the beginning of the process. And so that's why I had asked in my motion for suggestion number 4, get the list rather than 5, issue the RFP as the 5 choices that City Manager Valentine gave us. So I don't think there's anything wrong with supporting Commissioner Baller's motion this evening. I would look at it as belt and suspenders to make sure that we are adequately covered, and I don't think duplication in that role is a bad idea at all.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Long. Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, just one more comment, 1 or 2 more comments. And this is to take nothing away from Mr. Valentine, but your perspective changes dramatically once you've decided to resign a position. So I'll leave that comment there. The other is that part of this is about our city staff, and they need to know who's going to be here when Joe does depart. I don't have a high degree of confidence in the Marcus option. I think, I'm putting it at 50-50 myself right now. And a national search can take a long time. So I think the sooner we get Chief Clements in there, the better. And I don't want to wait 2 weeks. It was my gut reaction the moment I heard that Joe was resigning was we need to get an interim. And that's what I would do if I was running a business, and I do run a business. And I think we sort of dropped that ball. We should have taken it up sooner. So that's why I brought it up. Thank you.
Ms. Kuchar, you have your hand raised?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Listening to the discussion, I just pulled up the charter to see what the charter directs us to do in these situations. And under section 2-86 regarding city manager, it does say that during the absence or disability of the manager, the commission shall designate some other member of the administrative staff temporarily perform the duties of the manager. I don't see where it discusses it any further for how long the absence or disability is defined. So what it looks like it says is during the absence, the commission shall designate. So it seems that you would not designate until there's the absence, if I read it with strict construction of the words. And it is to an administrative staff member. I believe it was Mayor Pro Tem who said we don't really have a lot of choices as to who that is. She is correct. So if we read it with strict construction, it says during the absence, and he's not absent yet.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Kuchar. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was going to make one more suggestion.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry.
So here is my suggestion. I think that it would behoove the chief of police, if that is going to be the person designated to temporarily perform the duties of the manager, and that's the citation from the charter. It would behoove the chief to start working alongside of Mr. Valentine earlier, so that when the manager is absent and he is now designated, the chief is now designated, he hits the ground running. But here's my suggestion, that while I don't think you can designate right this minute, I think you can give direction that the chief of police is going to be the anticipated designee, and that he ought to start working side by side with Mr. Valentine so that he is very familiar with the city business. And then this way, once you do designate him, he's prepared to serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kuchar. Mr. Valentine, you want to add something to that? I hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, as you will note, we have done audio issue. Okay, thank you. We have designated a city clerk designee as a training position until the official retirement of our city clerk. And in this regard, I think to the city attorney's point, I have absolutely no problem working along anybody you want to appoint to do a seamless transition. And I think if you designated the chief as a city manager designee or interim designee, we follow the same process we follow currently with the city clerk that allows for some transition to occur and make that transition as seamless as possible. So if you wanted to go that way, I have no issue in doing that. I think from a process standpoint, the question is, are you comfortable doing that tonight, or do you want to put that on an agenda as a formally noticed issue? And that's a question for the commission.
Commissioner Sherman, sorry, Commissioner Hoff, I'll come back to you.
I just wanted to make note that when Mr. Marcus had left us 10 years ago, our current city commissioner became the interim city manager at that time. It didn't occur until Mr. Marcus left that he took on the title of interim. It was in memos at that time that he would be taking that position upon Mr. Marcus's departure if we didn't have a city manager in place. When Mr. Bruner's contract was not renewed, the commission at that time, and only at that time, which was about 2 weeks before his contract would have expired, it was noted that Mr. Valentine would become the interim city manager upon the expiration of Mr. Bruner's contract. So I think that if we wanted to label it as a designee, that would be okay. But generally, you're not going to have a city manager and an interim city manager at the same time. So being consistent, labeling him as a designee, but I would put it on an agenda. There's no point. We can give direction to the city manager right now to start working with the chief to getting him up to speed, but let's put it on an agenda and properly notice it.
Commissioner Hop, go ahead.
I want to go back to what I said before. I think this should be on an agenda. I can't imagine that we would appoint Chief Clements and not even have him make a comment or be here, that this would be done and he's not attending the meeting. Well, I don't know if he's attending the meeting, but
He is attending the meeting.
I'm sorry.
He is attending the meeting. I can see him here.
But he didn't know that this was going to come up, nor did any of us. So I
think he knew when.
I certainly think that it should be on an agenda. That's the way we do things. We discuss it that way so that members of the public want to comment, so that if there are any other thoughts about this, it should be on an agenda.
Look, I'm willing to amend the motion, whether you call it, to me, it's semantic, whether it's designee or interim city manager, interim city manager designee. To me, it's the same effect. He eases off his role as chief and he begins to take the reins of the city, working with Mr. Valentine during a transition. I'm not willing to withdraw the motion entirely. It's been on our agenda twice. I think it's completely relevant to all the discussions we've been having about Mr. Marcus, about a search and the search firms. So I'm sticking with my guns there. If the seconder of the motion is in agreement to change it to designate him as the, I'm fine with that.
Who's your second?
I have a clarification though, Commissioner Baller, as our council had advised Ms. Kucharik that I'm not sure if you can designate tonight or this is a direction more to table it for the next meeting and have Chief Clements ready to answer questions and notice the public that we are going to designate Chief Clements. Ms. Kucharik, could you clarify that? Can he make a motion also to designate?
He can make any motion he chooses to make, Mayor. However, what I'm saying is that in the discussion and in your decision how you vote, the charter says during the absence of, and the manager is not yet absent. This is why I'm recommending that you say that the member of the administrative staff that you will be designating will be Chief Clements, and Chief Clements should prepare himself. And in doing so, work alongside Mr. Valentine to become familiar with the role. Quite essentially what you just said, Commissioner Baller. And then once the manager is absent, then designate. And that would be consistent with the language of the charter.
So is it appropriate to move forward, Ms. Kucharik, with that motion?
I think the motion's been amended that he would be named as a
Designate.
a potential designee. I can't recall your exact words, Commissioner Ballard, but
Correct.
so,
Exactly what Joe
so,
said.
so yes, it's proper to move forward with the motion. So the chief would not be named as the temporary city manager, but that he is being designated as the person who will become the person who steps in and does the duties of the manager once manager is absent.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So I think the point though is the actual designation would not be happening this evening. The actual designation must be during the absence to be in line with our charter. So it actually is what everyone is saying, that once then that designation, the formal designation would occur at a future meeting properly noticed, but we can get everything, all the wheels in motion tonight with this particular motion that's been amended.
Okay. I mean, again, I just want to make sure I understand you very well, Ms. Kucharik. I'm in full support of having somebody trained to be prepared as because we don't know the unknown. We really don't know in 90 days from now whether we're going to have a city manager. I have no guarantee. I don't believe any commissioner or any recruitment company can guarantee us, or I don't even know if Mr. Marcus is gonna accept the job, depending on the negotiation that's gonna happen next or so, that will eliminate a big burden on us. From my business perspective and head and mind and how I approach things, I don't really run my business on a thin ice. I don't leave myself till the last minute. We are really under pressure, time-wise. I believe there'll be many interested parties to take the job, but till then, I believe a designee would be a great choice. At least somebody that Mr. Valentine can train. Should we have an empty seat? I mean, I'd rather have somebody at least in 60 days from today that knows at least the basic of how to assist us to run the city business. Now, I just want to make sure also, but I appreciate your, Ms. Kucharik, your guidance on this, as I don't want to, I respect process. I respect also due diligence and do the right thing. But by you comforting me that the motion would not really appoint him today, it's more just to prepare him to be designee. I don't foresee any issue with that. From the public standpoint, another commissioner had stated earlier, I think this has been on our agenda. This is our third time discussing this. We had made a special meeting for Mr. Marcus, but we have not had the chance to discuss the interim position. But I'm not talking about interim, and not to mix things with things. And for the clarity, I believe a designee person to help us through this, or to at least train in the right for the right process. I think it's a good thing. Whether we hire him or whether we appoint him as an interim next, that to be determined. And we had, as my knowledge is, we have interest from our chief, Mr. Mark Clemens. Had it been no interest or no dialogue with him, I'd be very hesitant today to support the motion. But me personally, I'd like to have a cushion, and I believe a designee person is a great thing for what we're going through right now. Commissioners, Commissioner Hoff?
Well, just what you said, you would like to know his interests and you would like to have a dialogue. Have you had a dialogue with Chief Clemens?
Are you asking me a question, Commissioner Hoff?
I am.
Well, I had Yes, I have been working very diligently on this, Commissioner Hoff. The minute our city manager had announced his resignation, I'm in his office weekly, twice or three times, on the phone many times, actually asking specific questions about who would be interested in that position from within. I've been on many dialogues with our city manager, and he shared with me that he had several candidate, but some of them showed no interest. And the only person that showed interest in that position was the Chief Mark Clements. And had I not had that discussion with city manager, I wouldn't be comfortable saying or speaking on behalf of Chief Mark Clements. Had he not be interested, I think we're wasting our time. But I believe there is interest from him, and I would love to hear from him. Absolutely.
Well, that is my point. That's why I think it should be on an agenda, upcoming agenda, so that we can talk to him.
And I don't mind that either. I don't mind either or.
I don't doubt that Mr. Valentine has spoken to him about it. But since it's our responsibility to appoint someone in that position, I think we should talk to him about it. And that has not been noticed.
We're not appointing him, Commissioner Hoff. We're not appointing him today. Tonight, it's not appointment for an interim.
Can we just, well, we have a motion on the floor, so we can't. I wanted to make another motion, but I'll wait.
Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, Chief Clements is here. I'm sure he's willing to speak. And if Commissioner Hoff has questions for him, I'm sure he's willing to answer.
Well, how can you be sure?
Ask him. Chief, unmute Chief Clements.
Baller, let me handle that, please.
The way we do
let me handle that. Let me handle that. Let's not invite the commission, our sheriff yet, our chief yet. As I respect Commissioner Hoff's comment, and she is right, we don't have an item on the agenda for him to present tonight. But let me hear more from the commissioner before I decide to do so. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, we added under new business item D for the specific reason to prevent things that were not currently on the agenda from ending up on the agenda and having the commission having discussions without all information. So while I don't disagree that a designee is great, it's not going to make a difference if we do it tonight or if we do it at the next meeting. Let's put it for a future discussion. I think there will be concurrence that we would like to have this on a future agenda as an action item, as opposed to as commission discussion on items, and we can have that conversation. But let's do this right.
And I support that myself, and that's my point. I'm not supporting the motion itself. I'm clarifying from our attorney on whether it is the right thing to do, but it's not right or wrong. You can do it, but I'm not opposed to either or, guys. I listen. We have to move on with that. I really always torn in the middle as what is the right process. This has been tabled a couple times, but I respect the process. I believe we can. We're all agreeing, and it's a good idea. It's just we're not agreeing on the process that it should be a motion done tonight. But let's move on. I think we can call the vote and we'll move on. Commissioner Host?
I think you have to let the public comment.
Oh, sure. I don't see him. Mr. Andrew Haig, go ahead. Comment on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the suggestion of Chief Clements is an outstanding idea as an interim, actually. You are going to show some significant opportunity for the city for continuity and to give some certainty to the staff. I think that the way Ms. Kucharik phrased it very carefully about how to and I will probably mangle it, so I apologize, but how to phrase the designee or prepare for designee position was an excellent way of putting it and would provide the ideal wording for the motion. So if you were to to proceed with Chief Clements, assuming he really does have the interest that we're hearing. I think that would be an excellent idea for the city and would help us in this particular point in time. So this motion, if it's phrased the way Ms. Kucharek clarified, I think would be extremely helpful. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment on the motion? Mr. Bloom? Mr. Bloom, go ahead with your comment, please,
Thank you.
on the motion.
I think that Commissioner Ballard needs to be commended wholeheartedly for raising the two issues. Number one, commending Mr. Valentine on his years of service for Birmingham and wishing him well. And number two, figuring out what we're going to do for an interim manager if we don't get Mr. Marcus or go through another process. It seems to me that Chief Clements would be a good choice for that position. And I do want to respect Mr. Sherman and Commissioner Hoff's comments about the process for putting things on, and perhaps you put this on for the agenda in 2 weeks. But I do think that Mr. Ballard raises a really good point of stability in City Hall and having staff have some idea of what is going to happen so that people don't get nervous. So I think that we should leave it up to the commission to figure out how to go about that. But I do think that appointing him as a trainee or something like that so that he can step into the role as needed would be prudent for a number of reasons. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Paul Reagan, go ahead with your comment, please.
Thank you. I think it's important that the city staff have confidence in the leadership of the city. And the city commission, I think is, you're trying to follow the appropriate process, as you say, but frankly, you're slow. And right now, the city really needs, the city being the staff that on a day-to-day basis serve the residents of the town. And it's, the politics aside, there's a lot to be done here. And the chief would be, the chief is widely respected. He'd make a great interim leader, and he would be a great go-to guy. I strongly support you putting him in the, on-deck position. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment on the motion? Seeing none. I'm looking at my calendar. Our next meeting will be on November 9, which is in 2 weeks. And I believe doing just my gut telling me follow the right process. I believe we have a majority agreeing a designee will be a good idea, somebody to be trained and fill the gap. I just believe waiting another 2 weeks and have Chief Clements in front of us and tell us his interest, hear from him. I think we owe it to the public, we owe it to ourselves to hear from him. I just don't want to call on him tonight because I did not prepare him to do so. And I don't feel it is fair. Therefore, I'm not supporting this motion. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead with your comment.
I don't have a comment. I would like the clerk to please read the motion because I'm not
Oh,
certain
sure.
what we're voting on.
Okay. It's a motion to have Mr. Valentine's resignation recognized, to have a small committee figure out what they're going to do to celebrate him, and then to begin the process of appointing Chief Clements as interim city manager designee, allowing the police chief to prepare for the role of interim city manager.
I mean, it could be divided into motions here. We're not objecting to the resignation of acknowledging Mr. Valentine, but we have a second section. But let's not.
Mayor, call the question, please.
Yeah, let's call the roll call on that, please. Let's call the vote on that, as we don't want to complicate it. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
No.
Commissioner Nikita,
No.
Commissioner Sherman,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
No. All right, Commissioner Nikita, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Mr. Mayor, if we could go back to item C, resolution.
I am.
Administration, I appreciate it.
I am, and this is the main subject we have here. I just want to, for the record, I had personally, just to let the commission know, called a couple communities adjacent, and I just ran tonight into former Mayor Dave Coulter of Ferndale, and I was telling them about the process that we're going through and the struggle we're facing in the community to find a city manager or the process itself. And he shared with me that he used GovHR, and he had a great experience. And he also shared with me that a city of Royal Oak also used them, and they've had a great experience with them. And this is just not an endorsement for the company or anything. It's just a suggestion as I'm reaching out to communities to see what they've done in the past, and they've had a great success with the government HR recruitment company. But with that, let's focus on the resolution in front of us, and I'll give the floor to the commission for comments and discussion. Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Well, rather than us picking one of these companies tonight, wouldn't it make sense to ask at least two of them or three of them to call in or be available on Zoom on a future meeting to give us a little presentation, just like we do with other things? I mean, I don't think you hire people from pieces of paper without talking to them.
Oh, sure. Commissioner Sherman.
I would agree. If we're going to do any type of search, we have to interview a number of firms to see which one we're going to work best with, which one is going to be in line with what we're looking for, what their recruitment techniques are. There are a lot of questions that we have to ask them to make sure that we're going to get a product that's going to be beneficial to the city. I still wonder if we are better off doing an RFP and getting proposals from a number of firms and then interviewing the top two or three of those to arrive at a conclusion for a recruitment firm. This is too important to just kind of effectively throw darts at pieces of paper here.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Commissioner Host?
Well, again, I've talked to the MML a lot about this, and they actually do this. And one of the firms that I am going to nominate, the MML goes to. And I want to say I'm looking at it from more of a macro view than what I think the city manager gave us. I would suggest there's two Cadillacs in this business, and one of them is Russell Reynolds, and the other one is Korn Ferry. And the group that MML goes to is TJ Adams and Associates. The notion is two of those are the finest firms in the United States, and TJ Adams is a little bit of a niche, but they've really been helpful to the MML. And the premise to what I just said is that we should go galactic.
Comments, commissioners? Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to review all of these and everything about every one of them. At this point, my main concern is we get a firm that is national in scope and that is willing and able to recruit from among people who are already employed, that they're not just going to go out looking for people who are looking for work, but they're going to be looking for people who are not looking for work, but who might want to come to Birmingham if we enticed them here. So until, so there's a lot of firms here and a lot of material, and I'm terribly sorry that I didn't have an opportunity to review every single one of them, but that's where I stand.
Commissioners, should we, Commissioner Sherman, Commissioner Nikita, go ahead. Sorry.
I would say that based on what the 5 that are on our list, and I know personally, and I've heard from other commissioners that one of them I wouldn't put on the list, frankly. That's the Mercer Group. So I would say that we have 4, and so that says to me that that's not a wide enough net for us to look at. If we're going to go down this route of a search, it needs to be deeper than this. So we need to either have a bunch more names on this list, or we need to go to an RFP and put it out there for whomever, and it may be people we don't even know. But I'm not against the firms that Commissioner Host brought up. I have no preference of any particular one, but I think these 4, it's too limited. So I'm open for either adding to this list by way of conversations with other managers, other cities, with the MML further, or going down the path of an RFP.
Commissioner Sherman.
I'm just going to put a motion out there to direct the administration to prepare an RFP to locate an executive recruitment firm for the replacement of the city manager.
I'll second it.
Okay, have a motion to go to RFP. Go ahead, Commissioner Baller.
Does that obligate us to follow through on the RFP? And are you suggesting, Commissioner Sherman, that is the primary method we use? That we don't know this list, we just throw it away?
Commissioner Sherman, can you answer the question?
I don't believe it requires us to follow through. As far as if we decide to, we could reject all of them that are on that list. Let's say we got 6 firms that came back in response to RFP. We could decide that none of the 6 meet what we're looking for.
Did that answer your question?
Well, it answered half the question. The other question is, do we just tear up this list that Mr. Valentine has provided to us?
I think you could probably send them the RFP and ask them to respond. But I would defer to Mr. Valentine as to how we could go about doing that.
Mr. Valentine, can you please elaborate on that? The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. If the interest is to issue an RFP, then I would certainly directly send it to firms on this list, as well as any others that the commission may have interest in, so we can directly connect with them, as well as posting it for others to bid on, and then come back to you with the list of submittals that result from that.
Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Let me unmute myself. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Commissioner, you might add. You want to add something?
Yeah. What point do we? So the RFP would come back to us for review, and it would be at that point where we could embellish it, say that we want to add certain criteria. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there any merit in throwing our individual 2 cents in right now on that, or no?
I mean, you could, but
it would be helpful to see it in context.
It'll be helpful to see it in context, Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, I think you may be right.
Okay. Any other comment on the motion? Commissioner Host?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like you to ask the city manager Is this a tough thing to do, this, to put together this RFP? And my second question is, who is going to handle it? Is it someone on staff, or would you be thinking that the commission or a subcommittee of the commission would be the overseer? How would you suggest you're proceeding?
From a timing standpoint, Commissioner Host, your question?
Timing as well as who's managing it.
Okay. I'll let the city manager answer your question. Mr. Valentine, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I think your first question is it difficult to compile? And the answer is no, it's not. We could put together the RFP for you, for your consideration, for your review and edit. From an administrative standpoint, I think from a timeline perspective, it would be easier to perhaps have the Human Resources Department administer the RFP and collect those bids and then compile that to present to you for your consideration. I think you could establish a committee, but I think the timing in terms of getting the committee appointed and getting them to get a meeting set up, and I think from a timing perspective, there seems to be a bit of an urgency to this. And if you're comfortable, I think we're adequately capable of handling that on the administration side.
Mr. Mayor, great answer. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Valentine.
Any other comments from the commissioners on the motion? See none. Any comment from the public on the motion? Mr. David Bloom, go ahead.
Thank you. If I am correct, I believe the firm that you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, is actually a job posting site where you pay them and then you can post the job and people can apply. And there are other such firms and opportunities out there. So I would suggest including in the RFP the opportunity to do some posting as well as hiring a firm. Now, a firm might not want to respond to the RFP if they know that we're posting on job sites. So maybe you have to run those candidates through the firm or give them some amount of money and pay them for their time instead of paying them for bringing in a successful candidate. But things are changing in terms of recruitment, and I think that we would be just doing ourselves a disservice if we don't cast a wide net for this position. Thank you.
We appreciate your input and comment, Mr. Bloom. Any other comment from the public on the motion? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Sherman?
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff?
Yes.
Mayor Boutros?
Yes, thank you. Clerk, with that, we go under next item on the agenda. We have under new business, item A, we have a resolution directing the following bistro application for new restaurants to the planning board for full site plan and design review and a SLUP permit review, special land use. Mrs. Ecker, Dana Ecker, Director of Planning, go ahead. We'll give you the floor in a second.
Thank you very much. Okay, well, as you know, October 1st is the deadline every year since about, I think, 2010 maybe, for all bistro applications to be submitted for the upcoming year, which at this point would be 2021. In Chapter 10, Alcoholic Liquors of the City Code, it does say that the City Commission may approve up to 2 bistro licenses per year, per calendar year. That's 2 new businesses, new restaurants, and you also may approve up to 2 existing restaurants that wish to apply for a bistro license. So this year we've actually had 6 different sales come in, which you see in your packet. 5 of those are new bistros or new food and drink establishments that are not currently open in that respect in Birmingham now. Then the 6th is the Whistle Stop Diner, which many of you know is a restaurant that's been in operation for many years over on South Eaton in the Rail District. So what we do every year is the commission had established this process way back when, and we require that anybody who's interested in participating in the process to obtain a bistro license has to submit a 5-page summary document that we call an initial screening application to the City Commission. That's what we're reviewing tonight. In those, they are required to provide information, the brief description of the concept proposed, the type of food to be served, the price point, the ambiance, the characteristics of the restaurant, how that type of food is already, or atmosphere is already represented in Birmingham or isn't represented in Birmingham, if it's new, if it's unique, what their proposed location is, their hours of operation, when they wish to open. Also, to give a little bit of background on the proposed operators of the establishment, their experience in the restaurant business, and their financial capability to follow through. So as such, they do submit them up to 5 pages. As I said, we have 6. We then have established that each applicant has 5 minutes to do a presentation before the City Commission, verbally only, with no visual aids, no PowerPoints, etc., to explain a little bit about themselves, their concept, their experience. And then the City Commission can have a discussion and decide which, if any, of these they wish to move forward. So just a reminder, 5 of them are in the new restaurant category, of which Chapter 10 allows you to approve up to 2 per year. That being said, you can send as many on to the planning board as you want, because this initial screening process is to weed some out in the beginning and then send those that you wish to pursue further to the planning board for a full site plan and special land use permit review, full set of plans, everything, and move through the process. That way, then it will come back to you for the final approval at the very end. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I know many of the folks are here, if not all of them, if you would like to hear from them.
Thank you, Ms. Ecker. Just for clarification on the resolution, as I didn't read the second part of it, Ms. Ecker, if you can clarify or correct me if I'm right or wrong, we can choose 2 of the 5, but also we have to direct the Whistle Stop dinner application as an existing restaurant. That's
correct.
Different than the correct. Okay,
That's correct.
When I read that.
Yeah, because it's an existing restaurant, so you can approve up to 2 new restaurants per year and up to 2 existing restaurants that have been in existence for more than 5 years.
I just want to clarify that. Thank you so much, Ms. Ecker. We have a hand raised. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
But let me be clear. I think that we can recommend several, more than 2, to the planning board for their review. We can only approve 2, but tonight we're not approving them. We're listening and we're making a determination of how many we will send to the planning board, and we can send all 5 if we want.
That's correct.
Okay. That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That is absolutely correct. All right, commissioners, questions for Ms. Ecker? Commissioner Baller.
A question about process. We're giving them 5 minutes. Do we have an opportunity to question them?
Yes. Generally, what happens is they'll give a 5-minute presentation. Then in the past, the City Commission members have asked any questions that they may have. And then after everybody has gone, the commissions in the past have come together and discussed all of the applications and decided which ones, if any, they wish to move on to the planning board.
So Commissioner, if no further question for Ms. Ecker, I'd like to go and ask all the applicants, as I have them in my agenda per order, to give you a 5-minute presentation each. We'll start with the Bloom Birmingham at 239 North Old Woodward. Do we have a representative from the establishment? And please state your name for the record, and if you're the owner or if you're an attorney representing that, and tell us in 5 minutes your presentation, please.
I do see that representatives are here. Perhaps you could ask them to raise their hand so you know which ones they are.
Okay. For the Bloom Birmingham, please raise your hand. And you can do so by clicking on the participant and there will be a place for you to say raise hand. Do you see anybody?
Yes, they're
I think Green Kitchen. Hello.
Go ahead, Mr. Shalal. Joseph?
Can you hear me?
Yes, and I have also, go ahead, Mr. Shalal.
Well, we have Matthew Kenny, an internationally renowned restaurateur who is very famous with regards to the plant-based food. And I don't know why he's not getting on. He's there.
Hi, I'm here. Good evening. It's not. It says the host stopped my video.
Okay, host, could we? I don't see you, Mr. Kenny, but I see your name and I hear you. But are you trying to get on?
Okay, now it's letting me start. Great.
Okay, here we go. All right, Mr. Kenny, go ahead with your presentation and please tell us about yourself and your concept.
Sure. Well, thanks for having us here. I grew up on the coast of Maine, small town in New England, and I was really passionate about health and wellness and outdoors and gardening and so forth growing up. And after college, I moved to New York City to go to law school. That was my original plan. And I fell in love with the restaurant business and culinary art and dining out and everything that goes along with that. And so I went to a French cooking school instead of law school, and I became a chef. And first few years of my career, I was using my French techniques and first 10 years, I guess, French techniques and all of the experience that I gained from working in restaurants and from my education to prepare, food that's considered mainstream, but in a very creative way. And at the same time was practicing yoga and focusing on wellness and all the things that I thought promoted health at the same time. And about 18 years ago, I decided to focus entirely on plant-based cuisine because I believed that it was, as a chef, I found it to be the most exciting food to prepare. As an individual, I found it to be, the most energetic and interesting, and I thought it was good for health, good for the planet. And everybody thought that was a pretty crazy idea at the time, but I really believed that it was the future of food. So I worked, extremely hard for a good 12 years before anybody really paid attention to what we were doing, wrote a few books and so forth. But I always had a vision to really make plant-based cuisine shift the global food paradigm towards something that could change the way we think about food. And over the last 5 or 6 years, it's really started to become, fashionable and so forth. So this, at this moment, we are a global lifestyle brand. We have about 45 restaurants in 60 countries. We have an education platform with over 1,000 active students from 70 countries. And we have a media division and we do a lot of licensing. Our restaurants are in Saks Fifth Avenue, Four Seasons Hotels, Kerzner International, which has, if anybody's been to Cabo, we're opening a restaurant, the one and only Palmia. We're in Alo Yoga, and so we have partnerships around the world. For example, in South America, we're in Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Costa Rica, and Argentina. And that's really what we love to do, is spread the word of how people really enjoy food in a way that it's still health promoting, but it's not compromised. Because when I grew up as a chef 30 years ago, going to a plant-based or a vegan restaurant was not an exciting night out. The lights were too bright, there was no wine menu, no music, and we're really all about bringing together health and wellness with culinary art. And, for the purposes of this conversation tonight, including organic, sustainable, biodynamic wines and cocktails is a really big part of helping people realize that they can enjoy this kind of cuisine in a way that is not a compromise. You don't feel like you're going to a vegan restaurant. As a matter of fact, on my website, we don't use the word vegan at all because we really feel like we can compete with, the non-plant-based restaurants. So we're excited about this opportunity. Hope that we can fulfill it and give everybody the full experience. Just a really short story. We opened in Saks Fifth Avenue in Chicago on Michigan Avenue. And the first year, we did not have a wine and beer and beverage license. And we did well. We did better than our predecessor inside the store. But after we had this license, our revenue doubled. And we were able to double the amount of team that we employed. And it really made a big impact on the community. And even now with all the restrictions in Chicago, we're still doing almost the same revenue as last year. So very happy about that. And, looking forward to answering any questions. We're looking forward to working with a great team, building a great team locally. And our company is mostly about innovation. We focus on innovation and developing menus and cuisines that are hopefully, best in class. And then we work with teams locally to deliver to the community. We have our largest restaurant is in Providence, Rhode Island, far away from where I live in LA, and we have 130 people employed, and we're the highest grossing restaurant, I think, in the city, even during COVID, which I don't know if any of you have been in the restaurant business, but this has not been the friendliest year for restaurants. But we've been able to develop, there's a lot of more interest in health and preparing our bodies for immunity and so forth during these times. So we've been able to develop all sorts of delivery programs, outdoor dining programs, and so forth. So we've been able to retain about 80% of our teams.
Thank you, Mr. King. I think I want the commission, I want to give them the opportunity to ask you questions, but before we do so, why Birmingham? Focus on, if you can tell me, how did you hear of Birmingham and why here?
Well, I was in Birmingham when I wrote my second cookbook. I did a book tour in Detroit and the surrounding region, and I remember that it was really the nicest community that I visited during that trip. And even though we have concepts that range from high-end fine dining, tasting menu only restaurants, all the way down to drive-thrus. We're building a drive-thru between a McDonald's and a Taco Bell in Orange County, California. If we go into a new city or a new state, we really want to make it at a higher level if we can, because that's a little bit more memorable. And, it seems like the best location for something, because we are really an upscale company. Not that we're expensive or stuffy, but we really gravitate toward, higher end communities.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny. Wonderful story, wonderful success story. I will leave it to the commission for some question. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please, with your question.
Mr. Kenny, you mentioned that you are from Los Angeles, and on the Zoom call tonight, we have several people who are also affiliated with Bloom. And would you please introduce them so we will know what the roles are of the people? There's Mr. Shalal, there's two women from the Green Kitchen, there's Winter Tedla. Could you please tell us who these people are and what part they will play in this operation in Birmingham?
Sure, I put my glasses on because I couldn't see you without them. So Nina and Megan are from Green Kitchen. They have a big, loyal local following, and I'm sure they'll speak if you'd like them to. And Miss Tedla is also local entrepreneur, and so they're the local team, and that's really how we work pretty much wherever we go. Like, for example, in Providence that I referenced earlier, our 50% partners there are members of the community. They're also mission aligned with what we do. And, we don't really go into new cities outside of Los Angeles or New York unless we identify partnerships that allow us to deliver what we do here in another place, because we know that we need people who understand the community, understand where the products come from. Ingredients are a critical component of what we do. high quality plant-based seasonal ingredients. So all the things that go into making a great place, can't be dialed in, even though Gordon Ramsay likes to think they can. So, that's the core team.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kenny. Commissioner Hoff, would you like to hear from Nina Paletta and Megan Shaw, I think, and then we have Mr. Shalal, or would you like to introduce yourself to us, please?
Hi, yep. So my name is Nina Paletta. This is Megan Shaw.
Hi.
That are going to be partnering with Matthew Kenny on this project, Bloom. We currently own and operate a pop-up restaurant in Detroit called Street Feed. And we've been doing so since early March in 2018. It kind of began as a creative kind of experimental project between the two of us because we were really passionate about plant-based food. And we started to pop up around the city, and very quickly we gained a following that has grown like exponentially over the last couple of years, and allowed us to open kind of a permanent residency. So we operate full-time currently out of a bar in Midtown called 3rd Street Bar. Our social media following has actually grown past 20,000 followers since that time. We won multiple years in a row on the, the magazine? The Our Detroit Best Pop-Up Dining Experience for 2018 and 2019. We ranked as finalists in the Comerica Bank Hatch Detroit contest. We were like 5 steps away from potentially winning the $100,000 prize, which would have allowed us previously to open a brick and mortar. So now, following or coming down to this project, we have an amazing opportunity to open in Birmingham with the help of our investor Winta, and also the help of Matthew Kenny and his excellent team. We just feel, extremely lucky to have these mentors in this field. We also, so the reason we're super, as we believe that, with the clientele that we draw in Detroit, like many people travel from the suburbs all around and come and visit us in Detroit, and we just feel like Birmingham is the best next step for us. We also have an amazing mentor who works in the restaurant business in Birmingham currently. Her name is Emily Harold. She owns and operates Hazel Ravines in downtown.
We have a menu item on their menu, and it does really, really well.
Yeah, it's the only vegan menu item on her menu currently, and people are super excited about it. So we're excited to bring a more
we're excited to show the people of Birmingham that we can do more and we can bring more to them, because I think that is something that excites them. And it's been shown that to seeing more from us. So
they're definitely excited to see us in the suburbs rather than all the way downtown.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Paletta and Ms. Shaw. We appreciate you. And then I kind of guessed that Mr. Shalal is the representing attorney for the establishment, correct?
Yes, I am, Mayor.
Thank you. And then we have Wenta Tadla is the banker and investor in with the project.
Yes, she is.
Would you like to hear from them, or this is sufficient? All right. Thank you so much. Commissioner Baller, any questions for?
Yeah, I do. I have a couple questions real quick. I want you to understand, and for all the other people who are going to be presenting, at least I can only speak for myself, but we're buying a location, a menu, an interior design, something that's going to be attractive to people, and we're buying the operators and the owners, and that's what's important to me. And I'm confused in this case. Is Mr. Kenny a partner financially in this? Because he's presented as a consultant in the, not an owner.
Yes, so about half of our business relationships are through licensing agreements, where we're not the day-to-day owner operator, but we, you know, we treat every restaurant we're involved in the same, whether it's company owned or whether it's a licensing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kenny, it was a simple question. Are you a partner financially in this or not?
I'm not an owner.
Okay, thanks. So you're not. So the owner, so you act as a consultant, correct? That's your role. Okay, great. I appreciate that. The next question is about the interior. You've given us some pictures of the interior, and I note that they were done by John Sarkeesian Architects. Is that correct? Is this, can we expect that this is what your establishment will look like? Or is this just a concept subject to change?
Well, it's obviously subject to change, but those materials are what we use in pretty much all the locations we work in. Carrara marble, different types of stone, natural woods. We work with quite earthy, earth-based materials, high-end earth-based materials, and interior design is.
All right, forgive me. We do have to move through this quickly, and I just want to ask some pretty simple questions. What's your budget for the interior? For the renovation?
About 500,000.
500,000 to renovate the interior. Okay, and we've had several bistros approved that never actually, or it took them some amount of time to execute. Given COVID and all that, what's your timeline? And
yeah, I mean, well, I've opened 4 restaurants during COVID, and I have another one opening next week. Probably one of the few restaurateurs daring enough to open during COVID. So, it's probably 120 days, 180 days maximum. But I mean, we have a critical path that we use for every project that we're involved in, and it's, we have a big team, and
so you're committed to moving forward, correct? And do you have an option on the property, a lease?
Yes.
You do have an option. And how?
Yeah. The attorney can speak more to the details of the lease, but yes.
I really don't care how much you're paying or what. What I'm concerned about, you're representing that you're going into a place, but this is a process that could take some number of months to get through with the planning board coming back to us. We're talking, Jana, what's the best case, worst case for length of time to get one of these to the point that they can actually execute?
Well, generally, we advise people 3 to 6 months for the approval process. That's not to be up and running, but that's to get through the approval process. And we have the holidays in there too, so that complicates things.
So it could be up to 6 months. So you've got a commitment on the location, a lease that's good 6 months from now, Mr. Schlo?
Yes, we have a letter of intent, and we're actually almost at signature on the lease itself. And we have a substantial amount of free rent available. It's 6 months currently from the point that we signed the lease agreement, and it's not an issue. It's 6 months is enough. We were hoping that with COVID-19 and all the issues that surround the city, that we can have an approval within 6 months, and then we could start spending our money on improvements. The rent is basically prepaid a year in advance, so we're good.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Ray.
Right. Thank you, Commissioner Baller. Any other questions from the commissioners? Mayor Pro Tem Long.
Yeah, I have a question. In your presentation materials in our packet, under the discussion about the owner, Winta Tedla, the last line says, she currently has the rights and ownership to a Class C liquor license, which can be transferred to this location in Birmingham. And if that's the case, why would you be applying as a bistro?
I think that maybe Janet could help us with this. Don't we still have to obtain a license even though we get the bistro permission, the special land use permit?
Well, I presume then that it is not one of the existing quota licenses in Birmingham.
No, it's not.
Yes. Then in order to bring a license from outside of Birmingham that isn't a quota license, they do have to come in under either the bistro or the economic development concept.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please.
Yeah, just a question for the operators. The facility that you have in place downtown and midtown, are you planning on keeping that and continuing to run that as is, or continue it as you have, and then take this on as a secondary situation? And do you have the capacity and the comfort level of being able to do that?
Yes, we do plan to keep that open and running. Luckily, we have a very large team that we trust and are very comfortable with that we've built.
Okay.
Myself and Megan know all of the roles and the ins and outs interchangeably. So we're willing and able and excited to split our time between the two. We also have a general manager who will assume most of our roles as we focus the majority of our time on Bloom and get that running before we, spread ourselves thin.
And in addition, Matthew Kenny basically has a school that helps train these chefs in his techniques. And that's going to happen while he's here with us.
Right.
Just for the efficiency, guys, we need to keep going. We have several applicants. Please, we can't give half an hour for each applicant to be on. But we're excited for you guys. This is a wonderful project. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. We go on to our next applicant, which is Rostico Kitchen and Cocktails on 135 North Old Woodward. Please, do we have any representative or owner of the establishment? Please raise your hand and introduce yourself and go ahead with your presentation.
Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Baller.
Yeah, I note that Rustico and one of these others, Vinewood, appear to be the same operators, the same similar concept, same menu. Perhaps it's possible for the presenter to present both at once, save us some time.
Sure, if they wish to, and if they can combine and tell us the difference, we would love to hear that all at once. Do we see a hand? Here we go, Mr. Bakos. We can't hear you, Mr. Bakos. 1 second, please.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Bakos.
Okay, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chris Backus. I'll give you a little bit of background about myself. And to answer your initial question, we have created one concept with two potential locations. Obviously, changing the name for a location, so I can kill two birds with one stone in this manner. So my experience in the restaurant business has been since very young. I grew up in a family restaurant business. Went on to college. I was fortunate enough to play professional basketball in Europe for a period of years. Came home, still trying to figure out what I wanted to do. Came back, worked in my family's business for a short period of time. While I was going back to grad school, I got bit by the restaurant bug. My siblings, father at that time, and I went through a series of multi-million-dollar expansions, created an enormous business in Clinton Township, Michigan, which is still thriving today. It's been over 40 years. It's over 16,000 square feet of banquet hall, bar, patio, restaurant, fine dining, private rooms. It's a one-stop shop, really, in the restaurant business. A few years back, I decided to expand my portfolio. I own 3 different Leo's Coney Island franchises, a full-service off-premise catering company called the Detroit Food Kitchen, and a fresh food meal service called the Fresh Food Kitchen, which delivers meals weekly directly to your door. So I've been immersed in the food business my entire life. I think you sense I have a true passion for it. And, being very familiar with the city of Birmingham, I'm a graduate of Detroit Country Day, been around Birmingham my entire life. I know the city well. And I think it's the kind of city that can appreciate the kind of concept that I want to provide, which is going to be a modern, upscale American bistro, providing a lot of different twists on American classics. In addition to that, the decor is going to be that rustic, I don't want to, it's going to be like a rustic meets modern decor. I know there's some inspirational photos in the package. We're going to stay very close to those pictures. I think decor is going to be a huge factor in longevity, especially in the city of Birmingham. And it has to match the cuisine and what we're trying to do and accomplish in the cuisine. So it's going to be a fun, lively environment, very family friendly, the kind of place where parents and kids can both experience unique cuisine and experience true hospitality from all of our experiences in the business. I'll be handling the day-to-day operations personally, overseeing that everybody gets an A1 experience when they come into our establishment. All of our guests will feel like family. That's what's lend success to our family over the years is treating everybody like family. And hospitality is a real key ingredient to what we do. Just as important as a great decor package, great food, hospitality is everything. We want to make sure everybody feels like family, a quaint yet fun environment. Part of the things that I wanted to portray to you, one of the reasons why I'm so excited about this concept is I'm collaborating with a celebrated chef from the Food Network, and she's actually been the culinary producer of the show Chopped for over 11 seasons. Her name is Sarah Nahas, and her and I will be putting all of kitchen items together, creating new menu ideas, and like I said earlier, putting a new twist on the American classics to really give customers that wow experience that they've never had before eating traditional American food. It's really exciting working with Sarah. She has a lot of experience, brings a lot to the table, and we can really stand out from other concepts in Birmingham from this kind of culinary package that we can bring together and all the years of experience that we both have. In addition to that, I think that the overall experience is what's going to be key. Bringing together a great decor package, the hospitality, the great food, all the experience in business. I just think that we're going to take the city by storm if given the opportunity and consideration to acquiring a license. I wanted to leave some time. I know you guys are living on time. I want to leave some time to answer any questions. I try to talk fast to get it all in here. So if anybody has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Bacchus. We didn't mean to rush you by any means.
That's all right. I know you guys are all, everybody's been on this call a long time, so I'm trying to get it all in there.
With that, I'll bring it to the commission for any questions for Mr. Bacchus. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
Yes, I want to understand, are you proposing both Rustico and is it called Vinewood?
Yes, yes.
Vinewood. Are you proposing both or one or the other?
Well, we're proposing one or the other. I have the ability to take either space.
Okay, so one or the other. All right.
Correct.
So one is at 135 North Old Woodward. What was last in there? Can you just place that for me?
It's right next to the Starbucks right there. I don't know what the previous store was. I don't recall. I could
right next to Starbucks. Okay.
Right next to the Reserve. Yes.
And then the other one is 724 North Old Woodward. What building is that?
That is a space right below Kohler's. So it has a front entrance, and if you drive around to the back, there's a parking lot there, and there's the main level is in that location.
And there's angle parking in front of it?
There's a parking lot there's a parking lot in the back where the main entrance would be.
Well, the main entrance would be in the back.
Yes, we have an ulterior. There's another entrance in the front, which you would enter and have to go down either an elevator or a series of stairs to the level of the restaurant. But in the back, it's all on the main level.
Okay. I understand. Thank you.
Commissioner Baller, go ahead with your question.
Yeah, tell us more about that location. Is that on the river? What would you have in the back there?
Exactly right.
I'm not clear exactly where it is, where Kohler is.
That's exactly right. It's right on the river, right there. So we'd have.
Do you have parking lot 6 between you and the river, or are you after parking lot 6 ends?
We're the last unit where that parking lot is.
So there would be a parking lot outside the door.
No, there's actually I believe there's a loading ramp, and then there's parking lots not right outside the door, but it's very.
How do you do your outdoor cafe?
Well, there's a couple different ways that we can do that based on approval. We can actually, the space is large enough where I could build it from the interior in if we wanted to. so that we wouldn't have to come out any further. So we could carve out the space from the inside. I don't know if I'm giving you a good, I'm trying to give you a
But would it be an outdoor space?
it would be considered an outdoor space. It would not be a permanent structure. So it'd be.
Is there the opportunity to go near the river, over the river, next to the river, anything?
There is an opportunity. I believe that little easement there is city property, so we'd have to work a deal out with you guys and do a nice patio right there on the river, which would be ideal with lights, and it could be real quaint and a real unique space, unlike really anything in Birmingham.
I agree. What is Vinewood your preference to Rustica?
You know, they both have their advantages, meaning they both have different advantages. I like both locations, actually. I like the quaint, intimate environment that we can create, next to the river. If we had the opportunity to bring that patio to the river, that's a really cool space.
If we send this to the planning board, my hope would be that you would thoroughly vet those possibilities there. And take to them a proposal that then you guys, you and your team can work out with the planning board to achieve something really special back there.
That actually was our initial goal, and because we didn't have that property, I was reluctant to put that in the proposal. But seeing it, you're catching my vision on that. We're all in.
Thank you.
Any issues with neighbors that you can imagine?
Not that I know of, no. Not that I can imagine.
There's some residential right across the river.
There is some.
You might want to touch base with them.
It's a great suggestion.
Before they touch base with us.
Or me, right? Yeah. Great
Other commissioners' question for Mr. Backus? Commissioner Nikita? Do I see your hand?
Yeah, I had questions about the location as well. So the visibility will be very limited, right? In the north Vinewood, the north location, the Vinewood location, you would just basically have an entrance off the street and some type of signage, an entrance, canopy, what have you, and then you go in. How do you get to the lower level? Is there an elevator, stairs? What is that all about?
Yes, there is. There's both.
Okay. So basically, you're going into a vestibule of some sort, and you have to lower down to
correct
to one level down, like essentially like a basement, right? Correct. Is that one level?
Yes.
Okay. And then I had concerns about the rear as well, the outdoor space. I'm looking at some of the aerials, and I believe I don't know if that's public right away. I think it's part of Lot 6 is probably public right away. Looks like it's parking or loading for some of the other facilities over there, some of the other buildings. I'm not sure what that is. Have you had any discussion with the city or any of the adjacent to see if that's actually usable so that you could achieve a primary goal of a bistro is the outdoor space? And I understand that you want to use inside, and actually I'm not sure if that works functionally because we have inside requirements, we have seating requirements. So to say that you would have your outdoor inside, it's convoluted as to how that would work in terms of your seat count, because in the off season you would lose those. So I think you really need to have outdoor space, and I'm not sure you could achieve that. And I know this is something the planning board would have to sift through, but I think it's something that you have to have a handle on.
Sure. I can answer the two comments that you made, or just expand on them. The taking the patio inside the building, we can accomplish. I did do seating layouts prior to submitting that particular drawing. We can accomplish, I think, the right amount of seats to fulfill the bistro requirements. But our ideal scenario would be is to take it outside. That would be ideal, but both would work. I think from the requirement standpoint, whether it gets approved or not, that's on, that's out of my hands. But you brought up a great point. That's something we'll strongly consider.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, one last point.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, just in terms of your business arrangement, are you the sole owner of this establishment, or do you have partners, and who would be the partners? How does the ownership work in that regard?
I have a partner in the deal. He's actually the landlord. He owns both buildings. He owns that facility, Brian Nager. We would be partners in the business as well.
So last part of that, or just clarification, Mr. Mayor, is that the same condition on both projects, both sites?
Yes, it is. That was why I proposed both. We had the opportunity to take either space.
And what kind of percentage are your what's your percentage and his percentage? I mean, do you have?
We don't have it all. We don't have it all worked out yet, but it's going to be pretty even. So we don't have the details of the percentage worked out just yet.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
How many seats are you planning in each of the establishments? I see that you have at Rustico, I could count 9 at the bar, 9 seats at the bar, but I can't tell how many seats you're planning on having inside.
The seats, God, I wish I don't have that in front of me like I should. We were obviously the requirement is 65 is the max. I know that we came in under. We only had 9 seats at the bar because I believe that count was 54. I'm sorry, the count was 52. 52 seats and 9 at the bar. No, yes, and 9 at the bar would have given us 60.
Okay, and then at the other establishment, do you have room for 65 seats?
We actually do. I had to modify the initial blueprint because there was more than 65 seats. So I can add seating to that if need be. My architect and I have gone through that.
And you won't have any outdoor dining on Old Woodward with Vinewood, but you will have outdoor dining on Old Woodward with Rustico?
The outside dining would be on Vinewood. The other space, I do not have outside dining. We would like to propose it, but I don't have anything in the plans that you're seeing.
You don't have any outside dining planned?
I don't have anything in those plans, but for Vinewood, we have a plan to do that whole outside area.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
All right, commissioners, any other questions for Mr. Bakos?
I'd like.
Mayor Pro Tem, 1 second, Mr. Bakos.
Sure.
Yes, Mayor Boudreaux, I'd just like to ask Jana, for the Vinewood site, would there be any conflict with the seasonal use of the farmer's market?
Well, it would depend where they're proposing to do that outdoor dining area, but if it's in the area that I'm picturing, probably not.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Backus, I'll give you the last.
Just one last thing. I do just for clarification. Outside seating is definitely something that we want to accomplish, if at all possible, and maximize that to our best ability. So it's
required.
We want to maximize it though. We don't just want to have four top tables out there. We want to make it really special.
All right, thank you, Mr. Backus. Commissioner Sherman, unmute yourself, please.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to figure out exactly the location. Aren't the dumpsters for the buildings back there, right behind this location?
They're very close. Yeah, they're not where we would probably take the exact patio, but they're close.
Because, looking at it, it looks like there's a little, like a triangle area behind the dumpsters. And then there's a sidewalk that comes off of the lot 6 that leads to the other buildings that are back there. Correct?
Yes.
And this building is right next, is really the last building in the corner, and in fact, part of that sidewalk. Correct?
Correct.
So the dumpsters are directly behind this building.
Right. Yeah. I know exactly what the site I have it here. I'm just from a visual standpoint, I've been back there 1,000 times, but yeah, it would be right behind. If we were to do the pad, it would be right behind it.
It would be right behind the dumpsters. Okay.
Well, the dumpsters, whatever. The dumpsters would be behind. Yeah, either or.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions from Mr. Backus? Seeing none, we appreciate you, Mr. Backus. Thank you for,
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
good luck. Thank you. Now we go to Sushi Japan, 176 South Old Woodward. Any representative from Sushi Japan? Help me out, Eric, as I see a hand.
Kelly Allen?
Ms. Kelly Allen, the floor is yours. Go ahead, please. Here we go, Ms. Allen. We see you now. All right.
Hi. Can you
Hey.
see us?
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor?
Yes, you are on, and we can see you clearly.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. I am Kelly Allen tonight with my young and energetic and fantastic client whose name is Siming Yu. He goes by Charlie. And I want to answer some of the questions that we've heard right off the bat from the City Commissioners tonight. Charlie's ready to open in a couple of weeks. He has been paying rent for some time. We weren't able to take pictures of the interior when I was out there a couple of weeks ago, but he is moving along very quickly. Charlie's already paying rent and Charlie is opening with or without a liquor license. He believes in the city of Birmingham. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Charlie, and then of course he's sitting right next to me to answer any questions that you may have. His budget for the interior design was about $300,000 in renovations. You may remember that this was the Mediterranean Street Cafe prior to Charlie taking on this lease. So the Asian cuisine and primarily Chinese cuisine has been in Charlie's family forever. He came to the United States. He was born here, or you came in 2008.
I come in 2008.
But, sorry, 2008, his family came here. And they were very active in Chinese restaurants in China where they came from. And he is currently a sushi chef at Kona Grill. And he's had previous restaurant experience here in Michigan. He's actually been doing this since he was 15 years old. And look, he's only 20. No. But he's been doing it for a very long time. And he has also brought onto his team an executive chef who's been in the business for 30 years. And she has a vast array of experience in American, Japanese, and Chinese cuisine. Charlie fashions himself a noodle expert. He has studied on-the-job training, if you will. Certainly this isn't like your first applicant in terms of notoriety across the world. This is a small business, a family business, and a business that has chosen to come to Birmingham and would very much appreciate being able to have this license and will be able to open with a license the minute he gets through the process here in the city of Birmingham. He has a desire and energy. He's got a good background with people to work with his staff and be the front of the house person. He will be there 24/7, no doubt. He believes that this cuisine will be a destination for this type of Asian cuisine around the county. It is different than, and he may have to explain this better, but it is different, I understand, than the types of cuisines that you have in Birmingham now that are Asian cuisines. This, of course, would be a full service restaurant in that we are hoping that it will be able to offer liquor. And if you take a look at the menu, in addition to the cool Pan-Asian or Asian Chinese menu, I should say, the actual alcohol drink menu is very specialized as well. And you'll see Chinese beers and things of that nature. It's not a Chinese restaurant with Bud Light. It's specialized alcohols that would go with this. Basically, Charlie specializes in Chinese cuisine as opposed to Japanese or Korean cuisine. So you may ask yourself, why is it called Sushi Japan? Which is what I asked Charlie. And Charlie explains that it is the ramen noodles that he is expert in preparing and creating that lends the Japanese flavor, but that he has created a fusion concept as between the Japanese and the Chinese that he has put into his ramen noodles in particular. So he is anxious to get up and going here. I am sorry that we don't have a picture of the inside for you. It is the main focus of the restaurant is this sort of open kitchen idea. There will be a sushi bar at which people can sit. If he gets a liquor license, we fully understand that you can only have 8 seats at a bar. But it's an open kitchen. So if you sit at the sushi bar, you can see the chef preparing the food in the back, as well as the patrons inside of the restaurant will also be able to see the chef preparing the food in the back. It is full service. It is certainly not cafeteria style. There's wait staff, and it's going to be a very clean and modern decor in there. When I was in there, the floors looked really great, and the sides were going up, and he has a great contractor that I believe has worked with the city really well. Their hours of operation will be Monday through Saturday from 11 to 11, and then on Sunday from 11 to 9:30 at night. He's hopeful that he can bring this full service concept to downtown, and between he and his executive chef and his family can make a real success of this. As you may know, it is very, as it was spoken about by the first group, by Bloom, it doesn't make or break a business, but it certainly does help, especially in these times, and especially for small business like this. So I would say of all your applicants tonight, Charlie's ready to go. And if for some reason, as we have seen over the years, as I've been doing this for many, many years, and some of them fall out, some of them don't go forward, this is an absolute sure thing.
Thank you, Ms. Ellen. Commissioners, any questions for Ms. Ellen or the owner? Charlie. Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please.
Yeah, two relatively simple questions. One is, I think, Kelly, you sort of answered some of the interior design questions, that there's some activity with the floor, and you said something about the walls, but given the existing, or at least what we know of, the existing Mediterranean establishment that was there, how much variation or upgrade or change or alteration will be done from that space, knowing that space obviously from the past? So you can answer that. And the second question, I just put both of them out because they're relatively simple. The second one is, I see that you have 4 tables, 8 chairs as an outdoor space. Was there, or is there consideration to possibly do a platform? Has that been discussed? Is that something that's a goal? Or would you anticipate possibly doing a platform in one of the public parking spaces in front, as we've done in many of the other spaces?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, if I can answer, Commissioner Nikita, I went out there with Charlie's contractor, and we looked at all of the options for outdoor service area. We want to maximize that outdoor service area, that patio, as much as possible. When he measured it, there's not parallel parking anymore in front of that space. And so I'm not sure, since that has been renovated, I looked up and down the street and I didn't see that there had been any other platforms on that side of the street since the parking had been changed. But absolutely, he will do a platform if we are able to, if the planning department says, the planning commission says that we can do that. That was about as much as he could eke out with what I understood, based on past experience, the clearance to be. And again, his contractor was pretty skilled at it, so that's what we could get. But and we never know where outdoor service is going. I mean, and we've done limited outdoor service things and different resolutions in the city since COVID. Hopefully we'll be back to normal, but perhaps the outdoor dining bonus of COVID would be helpful in determining where he goes with that. As far as the interior or the decor goes, I'm going to have Charlie tell you, it is a complete renovation. It's not going to look anything like Mediterranean seafood did. So Charlie, if you want to update the commission, what it looks like in there now.
I mean, we will, update everything, like change everything what it have in the store. We put in like all tile on the floor, all tile in the kitchen, not kitchen, in the waitress room, and then in the men's room and ladies room, and then we would put the new ceiling tile also. So to try to make it like more fancy, like American, like Japanese and Chinese style, like a combination of it. And it's like really comfortable and special feeling for the customer too. So we
Mr. Allen,
upgrade.
could you please, I'm sorry, could you please adjust the camera so we can see him?
Sorry. Yep.
All we see is his, now lower it a little bit. All we see is, there we go. Thank you.
Hello.
There he is.
Okay, I'm sorry for the interruption.
Go ahead, Charlie. Go ahead with your thoughts. Keep going.
I think you were done, right?
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. If he, I mean,
I will update everything. Yeah, the brand new, gonna be brand new. And price is special too. Yep.
Right. It's nice to see your full face.
Thank
Charlie.
you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry about that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Baller, with your question.
Yeah, Charlie, notwithstanding Ms. Allen's explanation of the name, I'm still stuck on that.
I know, it's difficult to say that. A lot of people
I have people texting me saying, what is he thinking?
You want to explain the name?
Well, I mean, name is my grandfather. Just build up the name. It's like something special for the family meanings. Like, yeah. So I can be able to explain that.
Yeah, I mean, you understand that people are going to think it's a sushi restaurant and not a Chinese restaurant.
Right.
Well, they do have sushi.
Yeah, we have sushi, but we have Chinese food, like which means it's like not many. I mean, limited, like in Birmingham downtown, and we got like Japanese style the ramen noodle too. So it's like a Japanese style with Chinese style combination. It makes a special taste. And also we have like a special like Asian brunch, which means with like all different kind of healthy taste base and different kind of vegetable, meat, you can choose on it. And with the noodle or fried rice or regular rice, yeah, you can pick on it, brown rice. Yeah.
Right.
So you know that, just one more comment, Mayor.
Go ahead.
You know that part of our job is to evaluate what kind of cuisines already exist in town and what we need, and we already have 2 sushi restaurants.
Right.
We don't have a Chinese restaurant,
right,
as far as I know. I have someone texting me right now. Why don't you call it Charlie's?
Okay, we'll take that under consideration. AKA.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ball. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
Well, Commissioner Baller made most of the comments that I was going to make. I was going to say that we don't have a Chinese restaurant, and I was quite excited when I saw it and hopeful that it's a Chinese restaurant. And when I looked at the menu, it's primarily noodles. All of your dishes are noodles. So I think what Commissioner Baller said is a very valid point. We have other sushi restaurants in Birmingham, but we don't have a Chinese restaurant. And so I just want to throw that out.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoff. Any other questions from the commissioners? Mayor Pro Tem Long, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to ask the question about number of seats in the restaurant and at the bar.
Okay, the dining seat is like 50, and then it's 56, but it's got 6 on the bar, and then outside we have the 8 for the patio.
The 56 seats, Commissioner Long, includes the seating at the sushi bar.
Okay.
Right.
Did that answer your question, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you.
All right. Any other questions from the commissioner? Ms. Allen, I have a question either for you or Charlie.
Yes.
You had mentioned earlier that he's opening regardless of the bistro license. How is that gonna affect your design? And are you planning to change after you built it, or are you gonna build it ready for a bistro whether you do liquor or not?
I mean, we can modify it after we got the liquor license, so we can change the middle of the area of the restaurant to become a sake studio, which means it's not in Michigan yet. So it's something like a sake room for just serving drink to the customer.
So are you committed, Charlie, to open today as Ms. Allen had stated, without the bistro? You're gonna go ahead and open regardless.
Yes.
And then you are, again, I'm re-emphasizing on the question. So you're willing to spend more money to modify your restaurant? Should we?
Yes, because the liquor license is the very important part of our restaurant. It can help our restaurant like become more successful in the Birmingham area.
Okay, thank you, Charlie.
Thank you so much.
That's my question. I would have addressed you with your last name, but it seems like you go with Charlie. You like that?
Yeah, Charlie, way easier.
All right. Any other question from the commissioners? I see none. Thank you, Ms. Allen, and thank you, Charlie, for
thank you.
Wonderful presentation, and good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Now we go to our fourth applicant, Tino's on 344 Hamilton. And I guess we have, let's see, Ms. Kelly Schaefer. I see your hand, and the floor is yours for your 5 minutes of fame. Go ahead, please. Did we lose you, Ms. Schaefer? All right, here we go. I see your name, Kelly Schaefer, but I don't see you. I'm not sure if you're trying to dial in.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
I think Ms. Schaefer, what I see, you're logged in twice, and we hear a big echo. I'm not sure if you're on your phone and your computer, or you're trying to do both.
I'm just on my computer.
Whoa. It's a really bad echo. Let's try it again, Ms. Schaefer.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Why don't you lower the volume maybe on your device and try it? Maybe the volume is too high.
Tell me now. Is it okay now?
Yes, lower it a little bit more, please, if you don't mind.
Is it good now?
Yes, better. It's getting better.
Okay, can you see me?
I cannot see you, but we can hear you.
Okay. I don't know why you guys can't see me.
Are you clicking on the video?
Yeah. Can you see me now?
Here we go.
Yes. Okay. Hi, how is everybody? So my name's Kelly Schaefer.
But it's good.
Are we okay now?
She's on two screens.
You're on two screens, Ms. Schaefer. I think you're running the Zoom twice on the same device.
I'm not. I don't.
We see you. Here we go.
Now are we good?
We're trying something for you, Ms. Schaefer.
I don't know what to do.
I suggest you log off completely, then come back in. Here we go. Okay, that's what you do.
Let's see.
Okay, now it's gonna work. Here we go, Ms. Schaefer. We're good.
We're good now?
Yes, we hear you clearly. We see you clearly. Go ahead, please, with your presentation.
Perfect. Sorry, guys. I'm not a techie person. Anyhow, my name's Kelly Schaefer, and I was born and raised in Birmingham, Bloomfield, went to Detroit Country Day. From there, I went to Michigan State and then moved to Chicago and worked in restaurants, and then moved to New York and went to the French Culinary Institute. I'm a mother of three. I have a freshman at the University of Michigan. I have a senior at Seaholm, and I have a third grader at Holy Name. So I'm very much embedded in the Birmingham community. I opened my first restaurant in Detroit. The name of it is called Seven Greens. So I opened that 7 years ago, and was one of the first restaurateurs to open with Dan Gilbert. I'm located in the Z lot of the Z building on the Library Street side. And we've had a very successful 6-7 year run. The restaurant is still open and will continue to open and operate. I have an amazing manager down there and an amazing staff. I also own 7 Greens in downtown Birmingham, which I'm proposing to turn Tino's at the 344 Hamilton Row from 7 Greens into Tino's. Latin food, Mexican food although I'm Irish and Scottish, has been one of my favorite foods in culinary forever. Although I did study French Culinary Institute, I have been in many Mexican restaurants working in and about. And I just fell in love with the food because I love the spices. I love the culture behind the Mexican food. And I love all the fresh ingredients. I mean, avocados are totally my jam. I don't know if any of you guys, I'm sure you all love avocados. Maybe some do, some don't. But I really feel that Hamilton Row, where currently 7 Greens is, I'll be honest, 7 Greens has struggled there as a fresh, fast, casual restaurant. And we would like to, we've been in cahoots with my landlord to turn it into something that I think Birmingham, it will bring a lot of pizzazz, fun. It'll be a family oriented. It'll be, if you can look at the front picture that I gave you guys, it's very much like a homey, it's your living room, a place you want to sit and hang with your family and your friends. We will have a bar, obviously max 10 seats. For the whole restaurant, we're planning about probably 58 seats. And then obviously we would do outdoor dining with the platform in front. As you all know, Hamilton Row, I have a current restaurant there, but I do feel like it's sort of the redheaded stepchild in downtown Birmingham. And I say that with love, but I feel like Hamilton could totally use this type of concept, and it would really bring some vibrancy and much needed foot traffic to that area. We do have a parking structure, not adjacent to us, but, across the street behind the little strip there on Hamilton. So I think that's great for parking purposes. And I'm just excited because I love food. I love people. This is what I do for a living. And as much as I love 7 Greens and it will continue to operate in the other locations that we have, I do feel like turning 344 Hamilton Row into Tino's is something that will bring a lot of value to the city of Birmingham. I know Rojo has recently closed. I know I think John is doing something down by Market that's Latin inspired. I don't know if it's necessarily Mexican. So I know that's coming, but there's really not much of that in downtown Birmingham. So I think that as a frequent restaurateur going out and about at night, I'm always like, God, I wish I could go somewhere and eat some great Mexican food. And there's nowhere to go in downtown Birmingham for that. So I think that we would, fill that void and again, bring life and vibrancy to the Hamilton Row. We've got great access coming on and off Woodward right there with the parking structure. I also want to do potentially like a game night, like a fun game night for, people in town, just to get the town, fired up to do something besides just sitting at a bar and drinking. So I think that's a really cool concept. We will be family friendly. We'll be services first, as always. We'll run some vegetarian options and some specials throughout the year. I already have a lot of local partners that I partners that I partner with right now currently with my other restaurants. So I've got a great pulse and vibe on that. Got a lot of local farmers and growers that I work with. So I'm just excited to, bring this concept to Birmingham. It is named after my mom, who died about a decade ago, who was a Birminghamite. She was part of the community hugely. And my father's still in town. He's an attorney in town, so he's very much a part of the community. So I would be operating it day in, day out. My family would help as much as possible, but I'm a worker, I'm a grinder, and this is what I would love to do. So anybody has questions, I mean, you can see the interior. It is very moody, like the blues. So it gives you that, we will have some murals, Mexican murals, bringing that culture really, truly into the place and having it cozy and warm. And like I said, a place that you just want to go and hang out. Questions, anyone?
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Commissioners, any question for Ms. Schaefer? Commissioner Baller?
A couple things.
Yeah.
Who's your interior designer?
Well, I have typically designed all of my restaurants. So this one I might bring, there's a firm out of New York. I'll look at different firms here locally. My sister is a designer out of New York. So she was sort of the one I thought it would help bring me in to help, do the designing.
If you don't get this, will 7 Greens remain?
It will remain, yeah. But this is something that I really feel would be great for the city. And it's another stepping stone for me in terms of my culinary career that I'd like to try and do. And I'd like to try and do it here locally. Like I said, born and raised here, my roots are here, my family's here. So it's important to me.
Any other questions, commissioners? Commissioner Baller, Commissioner Nikita, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, Schaefer, the ownership, Mr. Wyman and yourself, how is that situated? You're the operator, obviously.
I'm the operator, yep.
Would he be involved in operations at all, or is he simply a supporting partner? Are your percentages similar? What do you have? How does that work?
Supporting partner. I mean, we're partners in 7 Greens as well right now, and I run all the operations. And as you can see, he's an attorney by trade. So, and he has some other various entrepreneurial things that he does, but he's a supporting, he's not operating, but he's a supporter, definitely. I mean, we talk every day now.
Are you primarily are you primarily investing in it and he's supporting it, or
we're both investing in it together?
Okay, and you're the operator.
50 in terms of that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And he's involved in is he involved in the 7 Greens downtown as well?
Yeah, he's my partner. Yep.
You have a history of working together and all that.
Yeah, we've been working together 5 years now. I started 7 Greens 7 years ago. And so he came aboard when we opened Birmingham and Chicago. So.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the commissioners? Ms. Schaefer, I do have a question for you myself.
Yeah, please.
How long has 7 Green been in Birmingham?
It's been here 4 years.
I'm just curious to see if you wait 1 year, you're already an existing business, but now we have to consider you almost as an existing business, but you're changing the whole concept.
Right.
But we don't want to also just food for thought for the commissioners. That she has been an establishment for 4 years, going into 5. Had the 7 Green been working, she would have probably kept that going. But she's just pretty much, Ms. Schaefer, changing the whole concept, hoping that it will be more profitable and successful as the 7 Green in Birmingham.
Yeah. So. For those of you who've known, you probably don't know the history of 7 Greens. When we opened in 2016, 5 months later, we were shut down for 6 months due to the fire above us that was caused by arson, but I don't think they ever formally, did anything about it. So we struggled with that on our opening. And then that next summer, the entire street was shut down, much like Maple is for the underground sewer stuff. So we got hit with that summer. So it's just been like one thing after another. And now with COVID, I look at restaurant trends and I see what's working and what's not working. And there's a reason why Panera probably left downtown Birmingham, right? It's one of the top fast casual restaurants in the country. So we've, I'm being honest with you guys, we've struggled in Birmingham with our concept. I love 7 Greens, but I just don't think Birmingham is the right place for it. As much as I wish it were, I don't think it is. And so I think bringing, and talking to my landlord, who we have a fabulous relationship, and he's totally on board. He's like, I don't want to lose you as a tenant. Absolutely. If you can, turn this into something else and stay and we can rock and roll this, let's do it. So, I mean, that's where my head is at right now. And like I said, I've always wanted to open up a taqueria, type of, whiskey, tequila sort of fun place. So this is where my thoughts are right now. And no, if we don't get this, Seven Greens will remain. I don't know if it'll remain for the next decade. So, I think this is something that has the ability to stay and be around for a long time in downtown Birmingham and service the downtown Birmingham community in a way that I think that it's lacking right now.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. That answered my question. We appreciate you and your persistence to stay in town.
Yeah, I love Birmingham.
Thank you. Good luck. There's Commissioner Nikita's hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just had one last question about, there's no real reference to the outdoor circumstance. I know you have a couple chairs outside right now for Seven Greens, a couple tables. So the question is how do you anticipate this working? Obviously, it's more of a restaurant than a casual situation where you just sort of order, carry out, and sit outside. Are you considering an outdoor patio situation like a Birmingham Sushi across the street?
Yes,
what's your thought on the outdoor?
So we would put an outdoor platform in. I was given the ability to put one in for Seven Greens, and my partner and I looked at it and we said, okay, they're about 10 to 15 grand to build. And we just didn't think that it was going to move the needle enough for us to invest that into the platform, that it was going to drive that much business to Seven Greens. So I did go in front of the planning committee a couple of years ago. They did approve it, and we would absolutely do that again with Tino's.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. All right. I see no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. Good luck. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Have a great night, guys.
Now we have we already discussed the Vinewood. We have last on our applicants is the existing restaurant, Whistle Shop Diner at 501 South Eaton. And we have, I see his camera's on, Mr. J. Patrick Howe.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Patrick Howe on behalf of the Whistle Stop Diner. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Good evening. I have with me my clients, Elda and Walter Gomi, the longtime owners of the Whistle Stop Diner, Birmingham institution since 1965. We're here seeking approval to convert the Whistle Stop Diner to a bistro. Same hours, same menu, family friendly, but bringing the Whistle Stop Diner forward to a more modern setting after undergoing a planned 5-month renovation in which we'd add 27 outdoor seats, a full remodel inside, and add a limited number of alcoholic beverages to breakfast, brunch, and lunch. You may say, why does the Whistle Stop Diner need an alcohol service? And it's really out of the owner's recent experience acquiring a diner in Pleasant Ridge, Whistle Stop Diner there that had a liquor license. And they have found that there is a demand and there's a trend for a limited number of alcoholic beverages during the midday brunch and breakfast crowd. So limited sales, they would have to purchase a license for this locations in the rail district. So it is an investment for them to buy a license in Oakland County and transfer it in. But it is important, and it's part of the overall relaunch of the Whistle Stop Diner, bringing it forward, adding outdoor dining, and adding a new twist with a limited alcoholic beverage menu. I'm happy to answer any questions. The owners are on to answer questions. I know it's 10:34. Don't want to belabor this. We are an existing restaurant. Hopefully we're not competing with the other great concepts that you've heard tonight. And my client would like to proceed with the renovations and renovate the diner and add a license. So we thank you for your consideration. Are happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Howe. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Hoff, we have also, I see Ms. Alda, don't want to kill your last name. Zomaki also with us. Go ahead, Commissioner Hoff.
My question is, your hours are 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., 7 days a week. Do you have any plans to expand that to dinner?
No. Do I have to answer or the lawyer? Sorry, but no, yeah. Yeah, no, we keep in the same hours, so 7 to 3, and that's it.
Oh. Okay, other questions, Commissioner, for the applicant or their attorney? Commissioner Baller, go ahead.
Just for the community, they're probably wondering, when would you shut down for those several months?
We are waiting from several companies, the final papers. So as soon as they say okay, that's okay for us. So we're thinking like December, January. We thought it was going to be November, so we hope so, but you never know. When they come back with the final price for us, that's where we're going to go ahead and do it. And they said it's taking like 4 or 5 months with all the companies that we spoke with. They say it's going to take like 5 months as a close-up.
Do you mean companies, Ms. Somaki, as contractors?
Well, yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Just clarify that. You got it, Commissioner Baller? Awesome. Yes. Any other
questions? While you're closed.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, I know.
Ms. Somaki, my question to you: how long you've been there? How long has the Whistle Stop Diner been there?
The Whistle Stop Diner is a restaurant. It's been there from 1965.
Here we go.
I started working there 1999, both with my husband. And then in 2012, we came back as owners. So we came back as a full operating Whistle Stop 2012. And then we purchased another one that we name again Whistle Stop 2015.
Well, we wish you good luck, Ms. Somaki.
Thank you.
Appreciate your continuing your interest in staying in town.
Yes.
The COVID-19 situation had affected many restaurateurs, and I say it for all of you guys. And we appreciate your interest, and we wish you best of luck.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
With that, any further question, Commissioner Nikita?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense of how much the interior will be changed. It's I know you have a drawing in here of
Yeah.
a lot of changes, and I know that from what's existing. So are you planning on just gutting the interior completely and redoing the whole thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
As of right now, it's split on 2 parts. So it's like a restaurant, and the second part, that's a bakery. So what they're doing, they putting down all the walls. So we opening up, and the kitchen gonna be right in the middle. So it's gonna be like spacious for my cooks and my help in the back. So it's gonna be more organized. That's what it is right now.
So, and then the outdoor space is on the grass there, or what
Yes.
have you. Have you talked through how that will work, or how that can work to put it on the grass, and that's public right away? Usually the outdoor space we have either on the sidewalk or we have it in the parking space. Yours is a bit different because you have this grass situation. Has that been thought through, and has the city given you feedback as to how that works?
They said that we have to build a platform with a railing on the outside if we serve the liquor. So that's how it's going to be over there. It has to be on the grass, not on the sidewalk.
Yeah,
So,
I'm just thinking about. I'm just thinking it's an unusual situation, and I'm gathering that the platform will ruin the grass, so the grass would have to be, somehow that'll have to be addressed. I don't know. We don't have to get into the details of it, but it's an unusual situation, and I think where it's located is fine, but I think it needs to be thought through as to how that actually gets done, so we don't have, when you're not there, you don't have a large dead grass problematic area that might be muddy, and I mean it's a logistical issue, but I'm just pointing that out. The other thing that I think is one of the things that's something that we advocate for in all of our retail spaces is is clear glass. Right now in your establishment, your glass is so dark that you can't see in and can't see whether or not you're even there. It's very difficult to see. So I would hope that when you redo the whole, you invest in this whole thing, that you actually put some clear glass so when people go by, you could see the activity inside, see that you're open, see that there are people inside, and it's inviting, because right now it really isn't that way. And it's, I think it's somewhat of a deterrent, frankly. But anyway, that's something to think about as you move yourself through the process.
Thank you.
Right. Thank
That's
you,
it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Zamaki. Again, good luck. Thank you, Mr. Howe. No further questions for you guys. Now, I'll turn it back to the commission as we have a resolution in front of us. And just for the clarity, guys, as we mentioned earlier, you can nominate as many as you want to go to the planning board. But should we nominate more than 3 tonight, then each commissioner can only vote 3 times. If we have more than 3 nominations for 3 different establishments. So if we have 4 nominations, each commissioner can only vote 3 times. Is that clear? Yes, Commissioner Baller.
Well, what you're saying is clear, but I'm not clear on where that rule comes from.
Because that's how we count the votes. You cannot vote more than 3 times. To make sure who's up front and who wanted to go, more than 4 votes on each vote. That's how you count the votes. Commissioner Sherman?
Just so I make sure I'm clear with what you're saying here.
Yes.
We, at most, we can move 3 forward. Is that what you're saying?
You can move as many as you want.
Well, if you only have 3 votes, how are you moving more than 3 forward?
Oh, that is true. Then you will only be moving 3.
No, Jana said we could move as many as we want.
Then how do we do that, Mr. Valentine?
We could move them all if we want. I think we have to just reach a consensus on these, discuss them maybe one by one. And if a majority wants to move Bloom forward, then Bloom moves forward. Then we go to Vinewood. If a majority wants to move that forward,
all right,
we move that forward.
So let's, Mr. Valentine, you want to clarify that, please, for me? Go ahead.
And Mr. Mayor, I think your intention being that if you stay within the confines of the ordinance language, you would have 3 votes to move forward the most of 3 applicants this evening. However, the commission in the past has advanced more applicants to the planning board for review, and you do have that option available to you.
Okay.
So I think to your comment earlier, if you stay within the confines of the ordinance, you would have 3 votes based on the 6 applications you have before you this evening, if you wish to follow that format.
I guess that's what I got that 3 votes from. Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Valentine. But go ahead, Mr. Sherman.
If I may, let me make a suggestion that we deal with our existing restaurant first.
Correct.
And get that off the table.
I like that.
And then go back and deal with the other, is it 5? That fall into the first category?
Technically.
I think it's 5 that fall into that.
Yes.
Right, because 7 Greens hasn't been around for 5 years yet.
Nope.
No, no offense. I think it's 4. Namely,
is it 4?
Vinewood and Roostico are the same.
Well,
we have 5, right, with 2 being under common ownership.
Yes, let us go ahead. Let's have one person speaking at once. Please go ahead, Commissioner Sherman.
So with that, I would move the Whistle Stop application as an existing restaurant that has been in operation for more than 5 years.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Host. Should we take the roll call on it? But before we do that, any motion on the discussion on the motion though first? Discussion. Go ahead, Commissioner Nikita.
I'm just logistically, does the motion have to state where we're moving it to? We're moving it to the planning board? I mean, I think that's assumed, but that's not in the motion. Just wanted to verify.
I just moved the resolution.
The resolution reads to direct the Whistle Stop Diner application as an existing restaurant that has been in operation for more than 5 years.
Okay, move the resolution. I get it. Got it.
And it
Thank you.
states the planning board. The motion states the planning board to the.
Correct. To the planning board for full site plan and design review and special land use permit review. Just for the record, clerk, I pretty much, that was the intention of the motion of Commissioner Sherman, correct, Commissioner Sherman?
That is correct.
All right, and seconded by Commissioner Host. Any comment on the motion, please, from the commission? Seeing none, any comment on the motion from the public? Eric, Joe, I don't see any. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you, clerk. With that, we go to nomination for the others. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
I just want to make a comment that four of these are on Old Woodward and one is on Hamilton. So in fact, two, I think, are in the same block, the first block north of Maple. So I think we should take that into consideration. Two is location as well as the type of restaurant.
Very great comment, Commissioner Hoff. Commissioner Baller, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the one that excites me the most, if they can pull it off, is Vinewood. And I'd really like to see them work with the planning division and the planning board to see it if they can. And if we move that forward, I think we could eliminate Rustico, and that would knock two off the list pretty quickly.
Okay.
So I would move, is it a motion appropriate to direct the Vinewood application to the planning board for full site plan and design review and special land use permit review?
Second.
Commissioner Hoff, go ahead. You wanted to say something.
Yes, what I was going to suggest is that we name the ones that we're interested in because we each get 3 votes.
Correct.
I think what we do is we name as many as we want to move on and then vote on them.
Correct. Commissioner Baller, I echo Commissioner Hoff, but I wanted to stop you before you make the motion. Would like to get the names, nominate them first, then we'll vote on them in the order they were nominated, kind of similar to.
I thought we dispensed with the 3 votes. There didn't seem to be logic to me of limiting each commissioner to 3 votes. There's 5 applications. If a majority want to move anyone, then I would propose that we vote on each one. And if we end up sending 5 to the city, to the planning board, that's what happens. There's nothing in our rules of procedure.
You can do that.
Limit us to 3 votes.
You could do that. You could do that too. For the sake of the motion now, the motion has been made. Let us move forward with it. We have a motion to send Vinewood Kitchen cocktails to the planning board for review, seconded by Commissioner Host. Any comment on the motion? Commissioner Nikita, go ahead, please.
Well, I guess this is somewhat indirectly to the motion, but I think we've done this a number of ways over the years. I mean, This is what, this is the 10th or 11th year that we've done this, or longer. I can't remember, but we've done this a number of ways. So I think we could do it either way. There's sometimes we've done it as a consensus where we've discussed it all and then sort of put that in a motion, or if we want to go individually. So I don't have a problem going in this route. It's been done.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Nikita. Any comment on the motion? Any comment on the motion from the public? Seeing none, will the clerk please call the roll?
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you. We'll keep continuing in this process as we started it this way. Commissioner Nikita, you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the concept of Bloom. I'm also partial to the fact that we have empty spaces that were restaurants, and that's one, I think, that was a restaurant and is now empty. Pita Cafe being now obviously closed and gone. So for a number of reasons, I think it's an intriguing concept. So I'd be I would say it's worth taking a look at that further and sending that on. So I would make the motion that we move that on to the planning board.
Okay. Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Long. Any comment on the motion by the commissioners? Seeing none, any comment on the motion by the public?
I'm getting hungry, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I guess we have no comment on the motion from the public. Bring it back to the commission. Will the clerk please call the roll on Bloom?
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, and thank you. Keep the roll going. Commissioner Baller, I see your hand here. Go ahead.
Yeah, this just blows me away that we have this many people wanting to invest in our city in the midst of a pandemic. But go figure. Given our experience with bistro applications falling through, not happening, it intrigues me that Sushi Japan, despite its name, is ready to go. Is gonna be a menu that appears to fill a hole in the city, and also is probably going to be modestly priced. I would throw that one out and see if everybody agrees with me that that's worth advancing. So I'll move the same on Sushi Japan.
I'll second.
Commissioner Sherman.
I was going to second, but I also, just out of curiosity, before we go too far down, is there interest in moving Tino's also?
As I mentioned earlier, Commissioner Sherman, myself, you have to look at an existing establishment, and I believe 7 Green has been in our town for 4 years. They could go really for 1 more year and apply for a license, should they choose to, and then make changes. But again,
I'm just asking if there's interest to move that also. Just do it in one motion, and
yeah,
let's move forward.
I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to do Sushi Japan and Tino's in one motion.
Awesome. So, Commissioner Baller, your motion is to move, amend your motion to add Tino's to Sushi Japan.
Yes.
And seconded by who? Commissioner Host. Okay. Any comment on the motion by the commissioner? Seeing none. Any comment on the motion by the public? Seeing none. Great. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Baylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Sherman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes. Thank you. That would conclude our bistro applications for tonight. We move on to item B under new business resolution to remove the no parking signs on the west side of Commerce from Lincoln North to the south side of the second driveway and install 2-hour parking signage in their place. Do we have Commander Gruey? I see him ready. Commander Gruey, the floor is yours. We're unmuting you in 1 second. Here we go.
Okay, good evening, Commissioners. Gail McGregor, an attorney from the firm of Williams, Ratner, and Plunkett, had contacted the police department representing the address of 2295 East Lincoln, which is the Lincoln Commerce Center, and the owner there, Donald Bailey. She submitted a letter to the police department requesting that the no parking signs on the west side of Commerce be removed. That address is the old Quality Coach location. They're looking at a new proposed tenant to move into that location there, and due to some city requirements regarding the available parking, they're looking to remove some of the on-street restrictions to allow for more available parking in hopes that they can use that towards to fulfill the requirements with the city commission for those proposed businesses. A little history: when we look at the on-street parking, typically when we make any change to an area, we do it by block. We usually don't segment that. However, we do have an ongoing parking issue on Commerce and Cole. There's a 2-hour zone there, as well as some parking that occurs in the city easement at that corner that we've been enforcing here recently due to a couple businesses there that have been storing vehicles in that area. When this was taken to the Multimodal Transportation Board at their October 1st meeting, the recommendation from staff at that time was not to make a change for the entire block, but only the southern half of that block, as to not add any additional problems to the intersection of Cole and Commerce. That motion or that recommendation was passed by the Multimodal Board. There is a petition that was done as well by Ms. McGregor that is attached in your packet. There were 4 businesses that share addresses on Commerce. 3 of the 4 businesses did sign in favor of that petition.
Thank you, Commander Gruey. With that, I'll open to questions. Commissioner Sherman, go ahead, please.
I have no questions. I'll move the suggested resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nikita. Any comment on the motion? Commissioners, seeing none. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Nikita.
I would just say that that parking on the street is a safety issue. It's generally slows traffic. It's generally a positive, protects the traffic from the sidewalk. I think this is a good move. I think this will be an enhancement to that area and help the businesses. So I'm all in favor of moving this.
Thank you for your comment, Commissioner Nikita. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead.
Seems to me there are 2 requests here. One is to remove the no parking signs, and then isn't there another request to use this area as part of the required parking, the on-street parking?
So that would have to come at a later date. And Jana, as I saw wave her hand there, probably answer that question. But their intent is to use the on-street parking towards the requirement for the new proposed business to meet the city's requirements for available parking.
Ms. Acker, you want to say something to that?
Yes, they do have to come back to the city commission for approval to use those right-of-way spaces to count towards their requirement. This was the first step because they can't count ones that are only 2-hour parking. So now that if you're going to approve this motion and it is going to be allowed, then they'll come back as a next step and ask for those parking spaces to be canceled or to be counted towards their requirement.
Okay, but the letter that was submitted by Mr. Ratner is about those parking spaces.
That's correct. And they will be coming forward as a separate action before the commission on another night to get you to count those towards their requirement.
Okay. Then I have one other question. In the minutes from the multimodal board, there's a comment where the attorney for the applicant confirmed that the applicant would be submitting a variance request to the Board of Zoning Appeals subsequent to the multimodal transportation board discussion. What were they going to the Board of Zoning Appeals for?
Go ahead, Ms. Hecker.
coming for a parking variance. And one of the first things that the Board of Zoning Appeals is going to ask is, have you investigated all of your options for providing parking? That's why they're coming to you to change the on-street parking first, because they know the board's going to ask them if they've done that. It's for parking, because those industrial buildings, of course, were built for industrial uses, and the different uses that are going in, pretty much all of those large buildings that have been converted into other uses have required a variance for parking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ecker. With that, any further comments? None from the public on the motion? See none. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Sherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Nikita,
Yes.
Commissioner Hoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Baller,
Yes.
Mayor Boutros.
Yes, thank you. Okay, with that, we go to item C, commission discussion on items from prior meeting. We have none. We go to item D, commission items for future discussion. Any items, future items, commissioners wish? Don't see anybody. Commissioner Baller. Sorry, I see you. Go ahead. It's too late. I'm trying.
Do we need to bring up the thing that I brought up earlier?
You can make a motion, Commissioner Baller.
Well, I mean, okay, I would like to hear what Commissioner Sherman has to say.
Oh, Commissioner Sherman.
I was just going to say that let's see if there's consensus amongst the commission to just make sure that's on the next agenda as an actual discussion item and not as an item that needs to be discussed as to whether we put it on the agenda.
Any objection, Commissioner? Let's start that way. Any objection? We see none. Okay, Commissioner Baller, I think the directions are very clear to our city manager. Mr. Valentine, do you need any clarification? No. We're all good. And that will be on a next agenda to be discussed. Commissioner Hoff, go ahead, please.
I know it will be on about Chief Clements. What about the suggestion of forming a committee to determine what we're going to do to recognition of Mr. Valentine? I don't know if that
was part of the motion.
Or if that's something we can just agree to.
Commissioner Hoff, I'm going to take that was part of his motion and still the same direction. All the two pieces that he said in his motion. Actually, three. Mr. Baller, do you want us to clarify that, Ms. Hoff, or no need?
No.
Okay, good. We're all good.
I'll try not to change my mind before then.
Go ahead, Joe. Go ahead.
What was that?
Are you going to come up with a suggested resolution for the party?
I don't know if you heard Mr. Valentine. He said he'll try to not to change his mind. All right.
The best we may be able to do is a drive-by. Everybody goes by and just kind of waves.
All right. With that, I think that will conclude our new business. We go to item removed from consent agenda. It's already been discussed. Communications, we have none. Reports, commissioner reports, commissioner comments. Any good comments? No comments. We're looking forward. I have a comment. I'm looking forward for this Friday to do a huge celebration of a long in the making and hard work. Our city staff, our manager, engineering, to give us another 100+ years on a wonderful Maple Road. I salute you. I thank you for all the hard work, even with the COVID-19, with the weather, with the water main break and any issues we faced. We still came ahead and we are done. By this Friday, we'll do a ribbon cut. Congratulations to the city and to us. And thank you again, staff, for a wonderful job. And that's my comment for tonight. I want to acknowledge the hard work And with that, I think we can adjourn our lovely meeting, and it's 10 o'clock, or it is 11. I'm wishing it was 10 o'clock, which is good. Meeting adjourned. Have a wonderful evening, everybody.
You.
Thank you. Oh, Mary wanted to say something.
She's waving.
Oh, bye. Okay, bye.
Close the meeting.